62B District Court is now in session with the Honorable Amanda Sterkenburg presiding.
Good afternoon, everyone appearing on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Out at jail, what is your name, ma'am?
Raven Bullard.
All right, the court is calling the case of the State of Michigan versus Raven Bullard, case number 21-30207 SM. I'm Judge Sterkenburg. You're here for arraignment. Arraignment is your opportunity to hear the charges being brought against you and your rights as they relate to the charge. The state of Michigan is alleging that on or around June 7th of this year, yesterday, in the city of Kentwood, county of Kent, you committed the offense of retail fraud, second degree, in that you attempted to steal property offered for sale at the price of less than $200, but having been previously convicted of a retail fraud, it is a misdemeanor offense punishable by up to 1 year in jail and a fine of up to $2,000 plus court costs. Do you understand the charge and the maximum potential penalty?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Hanel regarding your rights?
Yes.
One of your rights is the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one might be appointed for you at public expense. Are you asking the court to appoint an attorney to represent you on this matter?
Yes, please.
All right, I have to ask you a few questions to determine if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney. So I will start with, do you currently accept any state benefits such as food assistance, Medicaid, or Section 8?
Yes, I do.
Then that is sufficient for the court to make a determination of indigency. I will appoint the Kent County Office of the Defender to represent you. Is your address 1322 Cambridge Drive?
Yes.
What's a good phone number for you?
269-371-0213.
All right, we'll send some information to the Office of the Defender about your case and send some information to you out at the jail about how to contact your court-appointed attorney. As to the offense of retail fraud, second, how do you plead?
As of right now, I'm not guilty.
All right, the court will enter a not guilty plea for you. We'll schedule you an appointment to come back and meet with the state prosecutor. Last thing the court has to address is the matter of bail. Bail is set based on a number of different factors, including risk of flight, risk to public safety, your prior criminal record, if any, including failures to appear, and the severity of the offense. Mr. Hanel, I'll be pleased to hear your comments as they relate to bond.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did speak with Ms. Bullard this morning. She is on probation, but I don't know if there's been a hold placed on her. I'd ask the court to consider
No.
a bond with reporting for service.
What court are you on probation out of?
Chaos. I don't have any holds. There's nothing. I go to probation every month like I'm supposed to.
All right, what court do you go to probation at?
Chaos.
Cass County. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
Okay.
Are you working?
No, right now I'm trying to get into a job.
Do you have any minor children that you support?
One. I have two, but I only have one.
Other than the matter that you're on probation for, you don't have anything else that's pending?
No.
All right, this is a non-violent offense. I will set a personal recognizance bond in this matter in the amount of $2,000. That means you don't have to put up any money from me. I do have some concerns given that you live out of town, but we're appointing an attorney for you. When you are released from the Kent County Jail, you must show up on time for all court appearances. You may not leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission.
I don't know
Not
what PR
any
means.
crimes. What?
I don't know what PR means for 2,000. You said $2,000, so that means I could get a,
Personal recognizance, which means you don't have to put up any money for me today.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome. You may not commit any crimes while out on bond. You must keep us notified of your address. You're not to possess or purchase any firearms, ammunition, or dangerous weapons. You are not to be on the premises of Woodland Mall. You are not to consume or possess any alcohol or marijuana or drugs unless prescribed by a physician. You are not to misuse prescription drugs or be in the presence of anyone using illegal drugs. And I will have you report to our probation department. Submit to any testing as they require or any counseling or substance abuse assessment as they direct.
Okay.
We'll see you back here on June 22nd at 3:15 in the afternoon. We're setting a date for a pretrial conference, 6/22, 3:15. That's it. You're all set for me, ma'am. We'll send that
Thank
date
you.
out to the jail so you have it when you leave.
Okay, thank you.
The vote?
You are Noah DeBose.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the court is calling the case of the state of Michigan versus Noah DeBose, case number 21-60149FY. Mr. DeBose, the state is alleging that on or around June 5th of this year in the city of Kentwood, County of Kent, you committed the following offenses. Count 1, weapons, firearms, discharge in or at a building causing injury, which is a felony, punishable by up to 15 years in the Department of Corrections, a fine of $15,000, and mandatory forfeiture of the weapon. Count 2, weapons, firearms, discharge from a vehicle causing injury, which is a felony, punishable by up to 15 years in the Department of Corrections, a fine of $15,000, and mandatory forfeiture of the weapon. Count 3, weapons, carrying a dangerous weapon with unlawful intent, which is a felony, punishable by up to 5 years in the Department of Corrections and a fine of $2,500. Count 4, carrying a concealed weapon, which is a felony, punishable by up to 5 years in the Department of Corrections and a fine of $2,500. Count 5, possession of a firearm by a felon, which is a felony punishable by up to 5 years in the Department of Corrections and a fine of $5,000. Count 6, possession of ammunition by a felon, which is a felony punishable by up to 5 years in the Department of Corrections and a fine of $5,000. And last, count 7, weapons, felony, firearm, which is a felony punishable by 2 years consecutively with and preceding any term of imprisonment imposed for the felony or attempted felony conviction. Do you understand the charges and the maximum potential penalties?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you have an opportunity to discuss your felony rights with Mr. Hanel?
Yes.
Do you understand your rights?
Yeah.
One of your rights is the right to an attorney. Are you asking the court to appoint an attorney to represent you on this matter?
Your Honor,
Yes,
this is
Mr.
Mark
Hunting.
Hunting.
Do you
Yes,
represent
hello.
Mr. DeBose?
I will be representing Mr. DeBose. I represent him in a pending case at the moment, and I will be representing him on these cases. So I appreciate Mr. Hanel going through the advice of rights with him earlier, but we would like a not guilty plea entered at this point in time and have the matter scheduled for a probable cause conference and preliminary examination.
Certainly, the court can enter a not guilty plea on all counts. Are you privately retained then, Mr. Hunting?
Well, because this is all happening in real time, that has not happened yet, but I've been given representations by Noah's parents that yes, they are going to hire me on this case. As he is also, I am also retained on the other case that's pending with him.
All right, well, in that event, then we will not send paperwork to court services to make a determination regarding court-appointed counsel, and you can file your appearance at your earliest convenience. With this court, we'll enter a not guilty plea. We will set Mr. DeBose up with a probable cause conference. It will be scheduled for June 21st at 2:15 in the afternoon, and a preliminary examination on June 28th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The purpose of these hearings is for the state to prove that there's probable cause to believe the crimes charged were committed and probable cause to believe Mr. DeBose is the individual who committed them. The last thing we have to address, Mr. Hunting, is pretrial release. I have a court services report here indicating no PR bond under Article 1, Section 15, preventative detention. Mr. DeBose, according to this court services report, you are currently out on bond pending sentencing on a violent charge, and you have now been charged with additional violent felonies. Is it true that you are awaiting sentencing in the 17th Circuit Court for assault with intent to rob while armed?
Yes, Your Honor, that's scheduled for next Tuesday, although I suspect at this point in time it will be adjourned. But yes, he's out on bond currently.
All right. Well, I can ask both or either Mr. Hanel or you, Mr. Hunting. Would you like to make any allocution on your client's behalf regarding bond conditions?
To be candid with you, Your Honor, until I have an opportunity to speak with my client and potentially get my hands on a police report, I think me asking for any special considerations with respect to bond is probably inappropriate. At some point in time, I likely will be, but I don't feel comfortable or capable of doing that today.
Understood. I simply wanted the opportunity to be given. And Mr. Hanel, do you have any comments for the court as you did speak with Mr. DeBose?
I did speak with him, Your Honor. He told me Mr. Hunting was going to be hired by his family. I've not seen the court services report. Therefore, I'd ask for a low 10% bond with reporting to court services.
Well, I'm going to follow the court services report at this time, at least until we can get more information and Mr. Hunting can address the matter again at the probable cause conference. There will be no bond set at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. And could you, for me, indicate what the case number is again? I didn't catch that at the beginning.
Yes, it is 21-601F. I'm sorry, 21-60149FY.
60149.
60149.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it. Noah, I will get out to see you here in the next 24 hours, okay?
All right.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Craig. Or Freeman, actually. Get you guys mistaken all the time.
I know.
You should be retired, Paul. You're the worst retired guy on the planet.
There you go.
Are you Amber Fox out at the jail?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the court is calling the case of the state of Michigan versus Amber Fox, case number 20-60182FY. Ms. Fox, the state of Michigan is alleging that on or around February 5th of the year 2020, in the city of Kentwood, county of Kent, you committed the offense of delivery manufacture of methamphetamine, a felony punishable by up to 20 years in the Department of Correction and or a fine of up to $25,000. It is well, there is a second count here as well of controlled substance delivery manufacture of methamphetamine. Again, a felony punishable by 20 years and or a fine of up to $25,000. That does not appear to be a mistake. There are in fact 2 counts of the same offense here. Ms. Fox, did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Hanel regarding your rights?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand the charges and the maximum potential penalties?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you asking the court to appoint an attorney to represent you on these matters?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'll send some paperwork down to court services for them to make a determination as to whether or not you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, and if so, whom to appoint. These are serious felonies, ma'am, and we don't want you to proceed without the benefit of counsel. Mr. Hanel is here only for the purposes of arraignment, and so I will enter a not guilty plea for you on each of these counts. We'll schedule you for a probable cause conference. It will be set for June 21st at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and a preliminary examination set for June 28th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The purpose of these hearings is for the state to prove that there's probable cause to believe that the crimes charged were committed and probable cause to believe that you are the individual who committed them. The last thing the court must address is the matter of bail. Bail is set based on a number of different factors, including risk of flight, risk to public safety, your prior criminal record, if any, including failures to appear, and the severity of the offense. Mr. Hanel, I'll be pleased to hear your comments.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did meet with Ms. Fox this morning. We had a very forthright conversation. She informs me that she is beginning a job at Hunter's Glen in the doing groundskeeping in the next couple of days. I'd ask the court to give her a 10% bond with low with reporting to court services. Excuse me.
I start tomorrow at 10 a.m.
How'd you get picked up?
I got picked up on Saturday.
All right, was it, how did you
I was
get,
in, I got pulled over.
the traffic stop?
Yeah.
I'm going to take a moment to review the affidavit of probable cause. Is this 516 Arthur Court address correct for you?
Yes, ma'am.
You live there with your mother?
Yes.
Well, I'm looking at your criminal record and there's not a lot here. And what is here is dated. This is alleged to have happened in February of 2020, which is a year and a half ago. And in that time, it does not appear that you've had any other criminal convictions. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have anything else that you would like me to consider before I set the conditions of your pretrial release?
I've learned from my mistake, and I would really like to I really don't know what to say, but I've learned from my mistake, and I'd really like to be able to start my job and move on from this and be recovered. And I'm really sorry.
How long have you been clean?
I'm just now starting to become clean, but I have not been involved in any other thing besides just use since then.
Well,
It's really hard.
I don't want to hear, I really don't want to hear any details about
Right.
what you did or didn't do back in February of 2020.
No, that's
Today is not the day for that, but here's what I'm going to do. I have a court services report here, which actually indicates that they are recommending a personal recognizance bond. And I will set full bail at $5,000. Bond is personal recognizance, which means you don't have to put up any money to be released today. When you are released from the Kent County Jail, you must show up on time for all court appearances. You may not leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission. You may not commit any crimes while out on bond. You must keep us notified of your address, which we had as a Pinedale address, but that's incorrect. You said it is 516 Arthur Court.
yes, ma'am.
All right, additional conditions. You would have no contact with Kyle von Rossum. You are not to be on the premises of the Hawthorne Suites. You are not to possess or purchase any firearms, ammunition, or dangerous weapons. You are not to consume or possess any alcohol, marijuana, or drugs unless prescribed by a physician. You are not to misuse prescription drugs or be in the presence of anyone using illegal drugs, and I'm going to have you report to court services. That's at the Kent County Courthouse downtown, 180 Ottawa Avenue in the city of Grand Rapids. Will send you their address and phone number. You need to make contact with them on the first business day after your release. I'm going to have you complete any counseling or substance abuse assessment that they require and submit to any test that they require. Do you have any questions?
Okay. I don't.
That's it, ma'am. You're all set. Good luck. We'll see you back here on June 21st.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Beagle.
I move to withdraw.
All right, your motion is granted. Have a good afternoon.
You too, Judge.
All right, to those of you who are joining us on Zoom, the court's going to take care of a few matters in the courtroom. Please mute yourselves and we'll be with you shortly. The court is calling the case of the state of Michigan versus Joshua Humphreys, case number 21-60131FD. Attorney Jessica Kuipers appears on behalf of Mr. Humphreys, and you are Joshua Humphreys?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. You are here for arraignment. The state of Michigan is alleging that on or around April 30th of this year in the city of Kentwood, County of Kent, you committed the offense of operating while intoxicated, and having previously been convicted of this same offense twice before, it is a third offense notice, which makes it a felony, punishable by between $500 and $5,000, either 1 to 5 years in custody up to, or probation with 30 days to 1 year in jail, community service, rehabilitative programming, and of course, collateral consequences such as Secretary of State penalties. Do you understand the charge and the maximum potential penalties?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
All right. And I have a signed advice of rights form here. Is this your autograph, Mr. Humphreys?
That certainly is my autograph, yes.
All right. Do you understand your rights?
You understand my rights.
As to the offense of operating under the influence, operating while intoxicated, third offense, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, the court will enter a not guilty plea for you. We will schedule an appointment for you to come back and meet with the, oh, no. We will set this for a probable cause conference. Do you have a date? I'm doing that. All right.
June 17th at 8:45.
Probable cause conference, June 17th at 8:45 in the morning.
And the prelim will be on the 24th at 10:30.
Preliminary examination, June 24th at 10:30 in the morning. Purpose of these hearings is for the state to prove that there's probable cause to believe that the crime charged was committed and probable cause to believe that you are the individual who committed it. The last thing we must address is the matter of bond. You were summoned here, and this felony summons process is a little bit new for the court. We do have to address the matter of bail, which is set based on a number of different factors, including risk of flight, risk to public safety, your prior criminal record, if any, the severity of the offense. Ms. Kuipers, I'll hear your comments as they relate to bond.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I believe his last offense was back in 2005, so he hasn't had any criminal issues for a very long time. They have asked him for a clear bond. He's been working for the same company locally here for 21 years. He does have ties in the community, and yeah, I'd say that's been supportive of him. I'm also retained, and he's been cooperating with me and keeping in contact with me, so we do ask for a clear bond. Thank you.
Ms. Kuipers will keep you in line.
I heard she's a pit bull.
Do not let her small stature give you any preconceived notions.
No.
Mr. Humphries, drunk drivers terrify me. They absolutely do. But I do see that you haven't had any convictions in quite some time, and so your history, whatever these convictions are dated. I am inclined to believe that you are doing what you need to be doing for the most part, and that Ms. Kuipers will keep you in line. And so what I will do is set a full bail amount at $5,000. Bond at this time is personal recognizance. While you are out on pretrial release, awaiting resolution of this matter, you are not to leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission. You are not to commit any crimes while out on bond. You must keep us notified of your address and show up on time for all court appearances. Is your address 3840 Pfeiffer Woods Court Southeast? To the gentleman who just stood up, did you have something you wanted to address the court on this matter?
Not this matter. I wanted to call Scott's case.
No. All right. We'll get to you then. Thank you. You are not to possess or purchase any firearms or ammunition or dangerous weapons. You are not to consume or possess any alcohol or marijuana or drugs unless prescribed by a physician. You are not to misuse prescription drugs or be in the presence of anyone using illegal drugs. And I will have you also report to court services, which is at 180 Ottawa Avenue Northwest, Suite 2100, the courthouse downtown in Grand Rapids. Will give you their address and phone number. Submit to any testing that they require. Submit to any counseling or substance abuse assessment as they require. What is the status of your license? No driving without a valid license. Anything further on this matter, Ms. Kuipers?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, if you'll step over to the side, my clerk will generate notices for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, do you have your? Yes. Okay. All right, I have Miss Riggins and Miss Ellis. Are you in the courtroom? All right, I'm going to have the two of you go out into the lobby, and I'm going to have an MIDC attorney come and retrieve you and give you an advice of rights. Mr. Krigsman, that would be fantastic because Mr. Oberholzer, I'm going to actually have you do a felony advice of rights for Mr. Brasino, who is also in the courtroom. So, Mr. Brasino, if you could head out, Mr. Oberholzer is going to meet up with you. Ms. Holtz, what matter are you here on?
Your Honor, I am here for DeAndre Harris. He was originally set for 1:40, and you said we could log in a little bit earlier.
Yes, but it's almost 1:40. That's right.
I know.
Okay, where is Mr. Harris? Is he here with us?
He should be logging on. He wanted to enter his plea. We were talking.
I'm here.
Oh, you are. You're on a different phone. Okay.
Let's make sure I've got his file. It's all coming back to me now. DeAndre Harris, he's a pretrial. Ms. Holtz has all of the information. All right, the court is calling the case of the state of Michigan versus DeAndre Lamar Harris, case number 21-30168SD, appearing on phone number 4138. Are you Mr. DeAndre Harris?
Correct.
All right, and Mr. Harris appears with his attorney, Ms. Kirsten Holtz. This matter was set for a pretrial conference, I believe. And the last information that I have is that the state is not offering a deal, Ms. Holtz. It is as charged to operating while intoxicated with a high blood alcohol content. Is that correct?
That is correct. The state was unwilling to make any offers or recommendations.
All right, and how does your client want to proceed today?
Your Honor, I've spoken with my client. He wants to resolve this case. So today we will be entering a guilty plea.
All right, Mr. Harris, if you tender a guilty plea today and the court accepts it, there will not be a trial of any kind. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it your voluntary choice then to give up your right to a trial and all of the rights that go along with it in order to resolve this matter voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did anyone threaten you or make you any promises in order to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
And you understand that operating while intoxicated with a high blood alcohol content is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 180 days in jail, fines of between $200 and $700.
Yes.
All right. As to that offense, operating with a high blood alcohol content, how do you plead?
Guilty.
All right. Were you operating a vehicle in the city of Kentwood back on or around May 1st of this year?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at that time, had you previously, prior to driving, consumed some kind of intoxicating substance, beer, alcohol, liquor?
Yes.
Were you driving a vehicle on a public roadway?
Yes.
And did the substance that you had intoxicated impair your ability to operate that vehicle?
Yes.
Ms. Holtz, it looks like there was a preliminary breath test performed indicating a blood alcohol content of 0.307 and a data master later that was a 0.28. Mr. Harris, do you have any reason to believe that those numbers are incorrect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I do believe that that is a sufficient factual basis. Ms. Holtz, do you agree?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Harris, I will accept your guilty plea today, but before I sentence you, I need to know more about you and about your relationship to alcohol. So I'm going to refer you to a substance abuse assessment. We are conducting those in-house at the 62B District Court. There's a $100 fee that you will need to pay in order to have that done, and someone from our probation department will reach out to you to get it scheduled and to set this matter for sentencing.
Okay.
All of the conditions of your bond are continued. I understand you're starting a new job today, so congratulations on that. I don't have anything else for you, Ms. Holtz. Anything further on this matter?
No, Judge, thank you for fitting us in. I appreciate it.
You are welcome. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How
You
about
too.
Mr. Harris?
Okay.
Why this file is still here. This is Mr. LeBron, I think, from this morning. All right, let's see. Are Miss Riggins or Miss Ellis back? All right, both of them. All right, the court is calling the case of the city of Kentwood versus Deja Latrice Riggins. Did I say that correctly, ma'am? You can come right up here to the lectern. All right, you are Deja Riggins? All right, Ms. Riggins, the city of Kentwood is alleging that on or around May 24th of this year in the city of Kentwood, County of Kent, you committed the offense of discharge of a firearm. I'm gonna have to look that up to make sure I tell you the correct penalties. All right, that is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, a fine of up to $500 plus court costs, collateral consequences, and forfeiture of the weapon. Do you understand the charge and the maximum potential penalties? And you had an opportunity to speak with one of my MIDC attorneys, and this is your signature on the advice of rights, correct? As to the offense of discharge of a firearm, how do you plead? The court will enter a not guilty plea for you. We will schedule you an appointment to come back and meet with the city attorney. Is your address 4599 Drummond Boulevard, number 301? Is a good phone number for you the one that ends in 3897? All right, we will mail that notice to 40, well, actually, we'll be able to generate one for you here today. But I am going to set some conditions. All right, this matter was written as a citation by KPD, and it says, it alleges discharged pistol in parking lot in front of 4599 during argument. There is no named potential victim, and 4599 is your address. So I am not going to put a premises restriction on you, but I am going to order that you may not possess or purchase any firearms or ammunition or dangerous weapons. I'm going to have you report to the probation department here at the 62B District Court and submit to any testing or counseling as they require. I will set bond at $2,000 personal recognizance. This is an apartment building, 4599 Drummond. Does it have a name like the apartment complex? It's Ashton Woods. All right. So you are not to loiter in the parking lot of Ashton Woods. What I mean by that is it's your home. You go in and out, that's fine. But no lingering in the parking lot. Do you understand? You'll step over to the side, my clerk will generate a notice for you. All right, the court is calling the case of the city of Kentwood versus Alexis Lanice Ellis, case number 21-50302OT. Ms. Ellis, you can come right up to the lectern, please. You are Alexis Ellis?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the city of Kentwood alleges that on or around May 12th of this year in the city of Kentwood, County of Kent, you operated a vehicle while unlicensed. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a fine of between $50 and $100. Do you understand the charge and the maximum potential penalty?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a civil infraction here also. It's a speeding ticket. Date of this offense was May 12th, so it should not have defaulted yet, although you failed to appear for your first appointment with this court, and you're actually here on an order to show cause. Why didn't you show up the first time?
I was really sick. I was throwing up to where I couldn't even stand it.
All right. As to the offense of driving while unlicensed, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, the court will enter a not guilty plea for you. We'll schedule you for an appointment to come back and meet with the city attorney. When we conclude, I'll have you step up to the side. My clerk will generate a notice for you. Is your address 2177 East Castle Drive, Southeast?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there an apartment number?
Yes, unit 101.
All right. Between now and the time this case is resolved, no driving unless you have a valid license. Do you understand? Step over to the side, my clerk will get to you. All right, Mr. Cribbs, I see you on Zoom. You've been waiting patiently.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then I have Mr. O'Connor. Although you're here for a pretrial and you are represented by the defender's office. Have you spoken to your attorney today, Mr. O'Connor? Oh, you're muted. I can't hear you.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
I can.
All right. Yay. Okay. I spoke with, I left him a voicemail. I did not hear back, however. So.
Is that Mr. Overholzer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So he is here, but he may be meeting with someone else. When I see him next, I will go ahead and make sure the two of you connect.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then Versluis. Let's see. Is your name Jeffrey Versluis out at the Kent County Jail? Out at the jail, what is your name?
Your Honor, this is Deputy Vitale here. This is Kumar Pudel. I'm just trying to get him renamed in the system here.
Okay, all right. Oh, this is Dill Pudel.
Correct, yes.
Ah. All right, and Mr. Pudel is also represented by Mr. Overholzer, who I think is probably available at this time. Give me just a moment.
Okay.
All right. Oh, I see all of my public defenders leaving. Please come back. Oh, the one sitting over there. And the interns listened, of course. All right. I have Mr. Pudel and Miss McBride Anafre, who are here from the Kent County Jail, who are both appointed, have Mr. Overholzer as appointed counsel. Are either of you handling either of those cases today? All right, and I also have Mr. O'Connor. So if someone could let me know who these individuals need to meet with, I will get that put together. All right, I'm sorry, and remind me your name, ma'am. Yes. Rachel what? Shannon? All right. Ms. Shannon, it looks like Mr. Cribbs is actually the only individual who is here on my screen who needs an advice of rights. What I think I'll do is, can you handle that for me? All right, I will put Mr. Cribbs into the, so do we have a laptop set up in the prosecutor's office? Okay, all right. Mr. Cribbs, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is give you a breakout room invitation, and you're going to go into a room where you'll appear on a laptop with one of my MIDC attorneys, and they will advise you of your rights. Then when you're done, you can come back here and I will call your case.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. All right, remind me your name, sir.
I don't have his file yet. I don't know if he went over to.
Because he's here for arraignment. Was he supposed to be fingerprinted?
Yep.
Okay. We don't have your file just yet, sir. Give us a moment.
I don't know if he went, did he go talk to probation? Shouldn't he have?
I have him on here as for arraignment.
Yep, so wouldn't you need a pre-sentencing interview with probation?
I don't know how they categorize which ones they do and which ones they don't.
I don't either, but I don't have the file. I have his advice rights, but I was never brought in the file, so I would assume that they would have probation.
All right. Well, do we have a card to send him to probation with?
I guess is that a,
No, I don't, I doubt that we do. Let's see, what, could you walk him down to probation and see if he needs to do a pre-arraignment interview? We can't find his file.
He just checked, he has my next door. I'm getting over there right now.
Oh, he hasn't been across for, okay, all right. Thank you. All right, and you are George Brasino? Are the two of you together then? Okay, all right. The court is calling the case of the state of Michigan versus George Brasino, case number 21-60130FY. You can come right up here and stand at the lectern, please. No, you have to sit. He'll be in eye line though. Be able to see him. All right, you are George Brasino?
Yes.
All right. I'm Judge Sterkenburg. You are here for arraignment this afternoon. The government is alleging that on or around April 2nd of the year 2021, this year, in the city of Kent, County of Kent, you committed the offense of operating a vehicle while intoxicated, and that having previously been convicted twice of that same offense, it is a felony punishable by $500 to $5,000 in fees, 1 to 5 years in the Department of Corrections, probation with 30 days to 1 year in jail, rehabilitative programming, community service, collateral consequences such as Secretary of State penalties. Do you understand the charge and the maximum potential penalties? All right, and you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Oberholzer regarding your rights, correct?
That's correct.
All right. One of your rights is the right to an attorney. Mr. Oberholzer today was here only for the purposes of arraignment. Are you asking the court to appoint an attorney to represent you on this matter?
Yes.
All right, so here's what we're gonna have to do. When we conclude, and we're not done yet, when we conclude, I'll have you step over here. My clerk will give you an application for court-appointed attorney. Because this is charged as a felony, I don't make the determination on your case if you qualify. Court Services downtown does. So you'll fill that out. We'll send it down to Court Services for them to make a determination as to whether or not you qualify, and if so, whom to appoint. Because this is a felony, we don't want you to proceed without the benefit of counsel, and we will say not guilty today on this offense. We'll need to schedule you with 2 appointments. The first will be a probable cause conference. The second will be a preliminary examination, and my clerk is going to get those dates for you. The purpose of those hearings is for the state to prove that there's probable cause to believe that the crimes charged were committed and probable cause to believe that you are the individual who committed it. I do have to address the matter of your pretrial release. Bond is set based on a number of different factors, including risk to public safety, risk of flight, your prior criminal record, if any, including failures to appear, and the severity of the offense, which if you were sitting in here for any period of time, you've already heard me say at least once, that drunk drivers terrify. I'm going to review your criminal record and then I'll hear your comments as they relate to bond. Who is this person that you have with you?
This is my sister.
Okay. Are you currently working?
No.
Are you drawing unemployment?
Supposedly, but I don't.
Is it a matter that you lost your job due to COVID? Who do you live with?
My mother.
Okay. So it sounds like you have family support. Is that address 903 Kensington Avenue Southwest?
That's my mailing address. I can give you my physical address.
I want the address where you get your mail. So
That's the correct address.
that's the correct address. Is that whose address is that?
That's my mom's.
Okay. You just told me you lived with your mom.
I have a separate.
Mom has multiple houses? That's more than one. All right. Give A moment to review the affidavit of probable cause in this matter. The affidavit of probable cause in this matter indicates that your last drunk driving conviction was in September of 2020. Is that correct? What court is that out of? 61st or 63rd? Downtown? Are you on probation with them? Is your probation officer aware of this?
Not that sure.
That conviction was for operating with a high blood alcohol content. The affidavit of probable cause in this matter alleges that while on probation for a drinking and driving offense, you nearly struck a KPD patrol cruiser, and that a lab result put you at what could be considered a high blood alcohol content again. You summoned here as well then? Yeah. I'm gonna have you take a seat, Mr. Brissinger, okay? We'll recall your case in just a second. You can have a seat by your sister again, thank you. Mr. Overholzer, who would you like to meet with now?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you very much. Just so the court's aware, Mr. Buxia is going to be logging into Zoom in just a moment to meet with Mr. O'Connor. And then I am ready to meet with Mr. Pudell or Ms. Onofree, whoever's been waiting longer here, Your Honor. I'm ready to go on those to meet with them.
Mr. Pudell has been waiting, and actually I'm wondering, they've got him as Jeffrey First Loose, but I think I can rename him. All right, I will move you into a breakout room right now with Mr. Pudell.
Great, thank you so much, Your Honor.
We are waiting for Mr. Buxia to meet with Mr. O'Connor. Mr. Cribbs is back. Mr. Cribbs, then, did you have the benefit of speaking with the MIDC attorney regarding your rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This is the State of Michigan versus Marcus Lee Cribbs, case number 21-30029ST. Mr. Cribbs, the State of Michigan alleges that on or around January 15th of this year in the city of Kentwood, County of Kent, you committed the offense of driving with your license suspended, revoked, or denied. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $500 plus court cost. You were previously arraigned on this on January 26th. You waived your right to a court-appointed attorney and you entered a not guilty plea. Then you didn't show up for a pretrial conference on June 23rd and I issued a bench warrant. Why didn't you show up?
Your Honor, when I had the previous one was just the June one, I called in, I told them I had an emergency with my daughter. My toddler, she had ended up getting COVID. So I was in the hospital with her all night. We were in there for a while. So I ended up missing that date in June. And going back to March, well, my last date, I had moved from Grand Rapids area back to the Detroit area and just mail and different stuff like that. It got mixed up, but it is my fault. I'll take responsibility for it. But that's what happened in March. And then in June, like I said, just a couple weeks ago with my daughter. or a week ago. That's what happened.
All right, well, I appreciate your transparency. This is a nonviolent offense. What we'll do is we'll recall the warrant. Set you up for a new appointment to meet with the state prosecutor. What is your address now, Mr. Cribbs?
It's 5790 Corville, Courville, Detroit, Michigan. Zip is 48224.
Corville Street Avenue?
Street.
All right, we will send notice of your next appointment to 5790 Corville Street. Is there an apartment number?
No, there's not.
That's in Detroit, Michigan.
Yes.
All right. Are you able to, Janet? Well, it looks like maybe no. All right, we'll just make sure we get that in the mail to you, Mr. Cribbs. We'll recall the warrant between now and then. No driving unless you have a valid license. You're all set with me today. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Your Honor.
I do, thank you. Mr. Abuxia, what a pleasure.
Good afternoon, Judge Sterkenburg.
Did I say it right this time or closer? Because I have been practicing.
You did, very good.
All right, it is nice to see you. I understand that you are to meet with Mr. O'Connor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I will put together a breakout room for the two of you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I was just looking for him.
I heard you set up a pre-trial in July.
Okay. Well, let's just ask him. Mr. Dockery, can you turn on your video camera, please? All right. Mr. Dockery, I don't have you on my list for this afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, my apologies if I may just briefly interject. I do represent Mr. Dockery, Your Honor. Mr. Dockery was scheduled for a second pretrial conference back on June 1st, 2021. Mr. Dockery did not make that pretrial conference, Your Honor. However, he did reach out to me immediately after, and so I instructed him to log in here this afternoon. I did send an email this morning to Jennifer Lindsay indicating that Mr. Dockery would be logging on. I do apologize for the short notice, but I just wanted to get Mr. Dockery in front of Your Honor as soon as possible so that we could address any bench warrant and just so that the court is aware that Mr. Dockery is invested in this case.
I'm not certain that there is a bench warrant to address.
Okay, very good. Well, that's, I suppose, good news, Your Honor. In any event, I just wanted to make sure, I suppose, that Mr. Dockery, there's no issues and no bench warrants, I suppose.
Well, so my clerk is telling me and that he has a pretrial conference now set for July. Oh, she got distracted, but at some date in July, and I'm sure you'll be receiving the notice on that, that there's not a bench warrant is likely the result of you contacting the court and letting us know that Mr. Dockery had been in communication with you. So
Right.
it should be. We don't have a warrant for him. So if he has other warrants out there, I don't know, but he is all set with this court until July.
Great, thank you so much. Mr. Dockery, I'll be in touch with you, okay?
All right, and do you need to speak with Ms. Onofre then?
Your Honor, actually, I sent the court a message. Mr. Pudell was removed from my breakout room prior to me finishing that conversation with Mr. Pudell. So if I could go back into a breakout room with Mr. Pudell, that would be greatly appreciated, Your Honor.
Oh, well, the invitations are still there. And so I'm wondering if that might have happened out at the jail. Deputy, whoever is out there with Mr. Pudell?
Yes, Your Honor.
It looks like he got moved out of the breakout room prematurely. If you look at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, there should still be a breakout room invitation to put him back in the same breakout room with Attorney Overholzer, and they need to finish their conversation.
Okay, I'm looking for that now.
All right. Mr. Welford. I don't know that I have you on my docket either. What number? Oh, okay. All right. Mr. Welford, have you had an opportunity to speak with the state prosecutor this afternoon? You're muted. I can't hear you.
He said we was going to take a plea deal. It wasn't going to be driving without license. It was going to be a little something under that.
All right. Well, then, if that's the case, I'm certain. If that's the case, then I am certain that a pretrial conference statement is forthcoming. I just don't have it yet. So if you could continue to be patient, please.
All right.
All right. Mr. Brasino, we need to address your matter. We'll go back on the record in the matter of the State of Michigan versus George Brasino, case number 21-60130FY. Mr. Brasino. We need to talk about your pretrial release conditions. Couple of things. First, we are setting you for a probable cause conference on June 17th at 9 o'clock in the morning and a preliminary examination for June 24th at 10:30 in the morning. The purpose of those hearings is for the state to prove that there's probable cause to believe that the crime charged was committed and probable cause to believe that you are the individual who committed it. I went through your file. It looks like initially the charge was denied pending lab results. The lab results then come back. You are innocent unless proven guilty, but I think that the likelihood in this matter of conviction is high. And I am quite concerned for public safety, given the fact that you are on probation for a drunk driving offense right now out of a different court. There was a gentleman in here earlier with an OWI third who was summoned in a similar fashion. And I gave him the opportunity to leave on his own recognizance because his last conviction was in 2005. Yours was last year, less than a year ago. And so in your matter, I am setting a bond of $50,000, 10%, which means you'll need to put up $5,000. Are you prepared to do that today?
No.
Then I'm gonna have to send you downtown until we have your probable cause conference or bond is otherwise addressed.
And that's 5,000 cash.
Well, you can work with a surety company. It will be 10%. If you want to work through a bondsman, I'm sure that they will tell you that is a science that is different. I don't understand all of the intricacies of what they accept and what they don't. But for us, it is $50,000, 10%. And so if you are released, having posted bond, you'll need to abide by the following conditions. Show up on time for all court appearances. Do not leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission. Not commit any crimes while out on bond, which means no drunk driving and no driving without a valid license. Keep us notified of your address. You are not to possess or purchase any firearms or ammunition or dangerous weapons. You are not to consume or possess any alcohol or marijuana or drugs unless prescribed by a physician. You are not to misuse prescription drugs. You are not to be in the presence of anyone using illegal drugs. You are to report to court services downtown. I don't know what's going to happen with the other matter. I assume that this will be alleged a probation violation out of the Grand Rapids court, but that is completely separate from what is happening to you here. For court services, you will report as directed, submit to any test that they require and or any counseling or substance abuse assessment that they require. And we'll see you back here on June 17th. Thank you. All right, Tayaja Berry. Do I have Tayaja Berry? Oh, she's the one with the child in the courtroom. Okay. Ms. Berry, have you had an opportunity to speak with an attorney yet about your rights? All right, you can head right back into the hallway and I'm gonna make sure somebody comes to get you, okay? All right, you can go right back out into the hallway. No, just right out into, in fact, Rachel can come and help you right now. This is Miss Berry. She needs to be advised of her rights. She's here for a misdemeanor arraignment. All right, Ms. Kuipers, do you have other matters here this afternoon?
I do. I have a pretrial at 2:20, but I'm not sure if the prosecutors are doing it via Zoom or how we would like to proceed.
It's a mystery on a daily basis, Ms. Kuipers, but today it appears as though Mr. Ring is conducting pretrial conferences. He is an intern with the Kent County Office of the Prosecutor, and he must be in his own Zoom room because he's sending me emails. So, what? Well, I'm being copied on emails. What we can do is provide you with his contact information. Are you able to use a device of your own to Zoom to meet with him?
Definitely.
All right.
Get the prosecutor involved in.
You can get him. It's magic. They can do it. They'll connect you with Mr. Ring.
Sweet.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nervalyn Atkins. Okay. All right, the court is calling the case of the City of Kentwood versus Nervalyn Atkins, case number 21-50318OM. Counsel, your appearance for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. James Curcio, P3113, City on Campus 10.
All right, Mr. Curcio, have we, yes, it does look like we have received your appearance. That is excellent. And it does look as though your client also met with probation for a pre-arraignment interview.
Yes,
All right. You are, is it pronounced Nervalyn?
Yes.
Nervalyn Atkins. All right. Ma'am, the City of Kentwood alleges that on or around March 30th of this year in the City of Kentwood, County of Kent, you committed the offense of child abuse in the 4th degree. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 1 year in jail or probation for up to 5 years, plus court cost. Do you understand the charge and the maximum potential penalty?
Yes.
And then you have retained Mr. Curcio, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Have you had an opportunity to discuss your rights with him, including your rights to a trial? All right. And then I've been provided an advice of rights form, which appears to have a digital signature on it, even though you are here in person. That is a new trick, Mr. Curcio.
you know that it was signed several days ago.
June 4th. All right. Ms. Atkins, as to the offense of child abuse 4th degree, how do you plead? All right, the court will enter a not guilty plea for you. We will set you up with an appointment to come back and meet with our city attorney. Mr. Curcio will meet with the city attorney and determine how this case is going to move forward. And so what the court must next address is the matter of pretrial release. Is Child Protective Services involved in this matter?
They are, Your Honor, and the narrative is much different.
Well, I know little to nothing about this case at this point. And so my only other question before I hear your argument for bond is, are the children in the home or have they been removed? Say again?
They are.
Okay, they have not been removed.
No.
Okay. Oh, she is not there. Okay. Please give me your comments, Mr. Curcio, as they relate to bond.
This is a first-time offense, the only offense of any kind, as I indicated. The narrative itself is much different than I might have anyone believe. And she is no risk to the public. She is not at risk of absconding. Obviously, she's detained. And I request a personal recognizance.
All right, so CPS is involved. Have they created a safety plan for you, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. And what, can you give me just the thumbnail sketch of what that entails? What they're asking you to do or requiring of you?
Well, there's this company that they accepted their home. They came like twice per week, and they first they talk with the children, and then they have family meetings. And they discuss, things that we should put in place.
Are you required to continue counseling?
Yes, I started counseling too.
But you are in the home with your children and unsupervised, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Or if that's not correct, please tell me something different.
No, it's correct.
Okay. All right. All right. Bond is set at $500 personal recognizance. While we work to get this matter resolved, you must show up on time for all court appearances. You may not leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission. You may not commit any crimes while out on bond. You must keep us notified of your address. And I am simply going to order that you comply with the CPS safety plan and any provisions that they are requiring of you.
Yes.
Just step over to the side. My clerk will get you a notice of the next date and time and instructions on how to come back and meet with the city attorney. Anything more on this matter, Mr. Curcio?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Overholzer, you've finished your conversation with Mr. Pudell?
I have, Your Honor. Thank you very much. And just so the court's aware, we will be proceeding with guilty pleas on both files for Mr. Pudell. And we will be requiring a Nepali interpreter as well for those, Your Honor.
All right, it may be a minute in all transparency.
Absolutely. Understandable, Your Honor.
Do you need to speak with Ms. Onofre?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and so that will be the next breakout room invitation that I give you.
Thank you.
Actually, you can go back to your room and she will join you there. Mr. Welford, I do see that a pretrial conference sheet has been emailed to me. All right. I also, Jennifer, all of these files were pulled, but they don't have pretrial conference sheets on them. I don't know what the, or
Listener agreements.
well, they don't have
They
FS either. What?
They just came over from probation.
Okay. All right. In the courtroom, do I have someone, Arturo Rojas Mendoza? Okay. And do I have an Elena Bush? All right. And do I have an Odin Thorson? Oh, nope, nope. Actually, I'll have you all go out into the hallway. You need to be advised of your rights. So I will send an MIDC attorney. I'm sorry?
We've already done all that. I'm the attorney representing, and they've already signed all their rights. We have all those sheets here.
Oh, you represent all of these individuals. What is your name, ma'am?
I'm sorry, Deborah Lee is an appearance for auditing enforcement and file.
All right. I saw you all come in together. I thought perhaps I was being observed by a class. I did not know. All right, so here's what we will do is I'll have everyone but you and Mr. Thorson have a seat. So the rest of you have a seat and we'll call these cases one at a time. And I don't see an appearance. That doesn't, okay, here it is here. I wasn't advised of it in advance. I don't always have, well, I would even say don't often have attorneys privately retained for arraignment, especially on misdemeanor offenses. So it's a little bit of a surprise to me, but it is excellent news. All right, the court is calling the case of the city of Kentwood versus Auden Thorson, case number 21-50323OM. You are Mr. Thorson? And counsel, your appearance for the record? All right, Ms. Lujan. All right, nice to meet you. I don't think we've had the pleasure. All right, Mr. Thorson, the city of Kentwood alleges that on or around May 23rd of this year in the city of Kentwood, county of Kent, you committed the offense of trespassing. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 30 days in jail and a fine of up to $250 plus court costs. Do you understand the charge and the maximum potential penalty? All right, if you could speak up just a little bit louder to make sure the microphone picks you up. All right, and I do see a signed advice of rights form in the file, and you are represented by counsel. As to the offense of trespassing, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, the court will enter a not guilty plea for you. We'll set you up with an appointment to come and meet with the city attorney. You have spoken with Ms. Dawson? All right. Okay. Well, but he entered a not guilty plea and you didn't have a date to come back and talk with her. So I guess I'm not really sure. Does this move this procedurally for you in any way?
No, she said she's going to work something out with me, but today, it's not today, this is for the.
Okay.
And we'll hopefully talk after that.
That's kind of what I thought. All right, I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything. What is it? 4035 Burton Street. Am I to assume that all of these individuals are alleged to have entered MVP Sportsplex to play basketball?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Were there, to your knowledge, Ms. Lujan, were there more individuals involved in this who retained a different attorney? All right.
That's my opinion.
I saw them earlier today. All right. Mr. Thorson, the court will enter a not guilty plea for you. Ms. Dawson, who is the city attorney, will speak with Ms. Lujan. You'll come back on another date to move this case forward in one way or another. I will set a personal recognizance bond in the amount of $500 on this matter, which means you don't have to put up any money. You've been fingerprinted, it's my understanding. The only additional pretrial release condition that I will put in place is that you are not to be on the premises of MVP, any MVP location. All right, and if you will step over to the side, your attorney can stay here. If you just step over to the side, my clerk will generate a notice for you and we'll call the next case here. All right, the court is calling the case of the city of Kentwood versus Arturo Rojas Mendoza. Case number 21-503260M. Mr. Rojas Mendoza, that's you?
Correct.
All right, and you are appearing with Attorney Lujan, who previously filed an appearance on the last case, and so I must ask you, you understand that she is representing a co-defendant in this case, correct?
Yeah.
And do you have any objection to her representing that co-defendant?
No.
You do not believe it is any kind of conflict of interest? Out loud.
No.
All right. In this matter, Mr. Rojas Mendoza, the city of Kentwood alleges that on or around May 23rd of this year in the city of Kentwood, you committed the offense of trespass, which is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 30 days in jail and a fine of up to $250. I have an advice of rights form signed, and in my file, you have availed yourself of retained counsel. I'm certain that she has discussed with you your right to trial. As to the offense of trespass, how do you plead?
Happy not guilty.
All right, the court will enter a not guilty plea for you. We will schedule you a date and time to come back with your attorney and meet with Daniel Dawson, who is the Kentwood city attorney. While we work to get this case resolved, you must show up on time to all court appearances. You may not leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission. You may not commit any crimes while on a bond. You must keep us notified of your address, and you may not be on the premises of any MVP location. Anything further on this matter, Ms. Lujan? All right. You'll step over to the side. My clerk will generate a notice for you. And the court will call the case of the city of Kentwood versus Elena Michelle Boucher. Am I saying that right, ma'am? Boucher. Case number 21-503240M. Ms. Boucher, the city of Kentwood similarly alleges that on or around May 23rd of this year in the city of Kentwood, county of Kent, you committed the offense of trespass, which is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 30 days in jail and a fine of up to $250. Do you understand the charge and the maximum penalty?
Yes.
All right. I do see that there's a signed advice of rights form. Is this your autograph?
Yes.
All right, and I understand you've spoken with Ms. Lujan regarding your rights, including your right to a trial. As to the offense of trespass, how do you plead? All right, the court will enter a not guilty plea for you. We'll set you up with a date and time to come back and meet with the city attorney. This will also be a personal recognizance bond, $500. Did I put that personal recognizance bond on the record for Mr. Rojas Mendoza?
You didn't put anything on the sheet, so.
On all three of these cases, it is a $500 personal recognizance bond. Correct. Does not require any money at this time. All right, if you are, as you work to get this matter resolved, you must show up on time for all court appearances. You may not leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission. You may not commit any crimes while out on bond. You must keep us notified of your address, and you may not be on the premises of any MVP location. Anything further on any of these matters, Ms. Lujan? Yes, yes, you should be able to meet with Ms. Dawson via Zoom, and I think my clerk will give you those instructions as well. Yes, she'll have them all for you. That's a separate one. Oh, okay. All right, sir, what matter are you here on? I'm sorry, say that again because I'm not seeing it.
Miguel Gutierrez, and it's set for arraignment today. It's a being and eluding a 2-year felony.
Gutierrez, are you seeing this, Nancy? Well, I'm looking, but I don't see any hyphenated names.
Is it Rojas?
Where?
The 1 o'clock arraignment, maybe that one. A turtle with heights, is it that one?
There are two people talking to me. I'm not sure. What do you think? Which one do you think it is?
For arraignment, I got a 1 o'clock arraignment. Arturo Matias Rojas Mendoza at 1 p.m.
Rojas Mendoza? No, we already handled that
You already
matter.
know that one?
Yep.
Is it Miguel Gutierrez?
Yeah, yeah, what?
Okay, it's your non-public one.
Oh, it's a non-public
At 1
record.
o'clock.
All right, no wonder I can't find it on my list.
Never happened to someone who's from the college who wants to see it.
I'll be able to pull it in just a moment. I didn't have it. I didn't know that it was because it was a non-public record. So are you able to pull this? Harris Jimenez.
I thought it was up there.
I don't see it. All right, give us just a moment. We'll locate the file and then we'll be able to proceed. Mhm. All right, the court is calling the case of the state of Michigan versus Miguel Gutierrez Jimenez, case number 21-60135FY. Counsel, your appearance for the record, please.
Thank you, Eric. So,
All right, Mr. Snope, we have not had the pleasure, so it is nice to meet you.
my appearance catch up? Miguel?
There is an appearance in the file, yes. All right, and you are Mr. Gutierrez Jimenez?
Yes, sir.
All right, You are here for arraignment. That's your opportunity to hear the charges being brought against you and your rights as they relate to the charge. The government is alleging that on or around May 15th in the city of Kentwood, County of Kent, you committed the offense of fleeing and eluding a police officer, which is a felony punishable by up to 2 years and a fine of $500 plus Secretary of State penalties. Do you understand the charge and the maximum potential penalties?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I'm certain that Mr. Snope advised you of your rights, and I have an advice of rights form signed. Is this your signature, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you understand your rights?
Yes, ma'am.
As to the offense of fleeing and eluding, 4th degree, how do you plead?
Not good.
All right, we'll enter a plea of not guilty for you, and we will get you set up with 2 appearances before this court. The first will be a probable cause conference. The second will be a preliminary examination. The purpose of these hearings is for the state to prove that there is probable cause to believe that the crime charged was committed and probable cause to believe that you are the individual who committed them. I'll get you those dates before you leave. And the last thing the court must address is your pretrial release in the matter of bond. Mr. Snope, I'll hear your comments as they relate to bond.
Okay, thank you. Miguel is 17, lived at home with his father and part-time siblings. He's going to be a senior at Success School. He has a job at Bell's Food Market. He's had no trouble. The dad and siblings are actually here, but they were both waiting hard to hear anything from the father. But because he hasn't been in trouble before, they voluntarily detained me. I've represented his father before in a domestic matter. Again, they've been in trouble before. We do have one special request to make, other than the personal tax bond, that his father, Miguel, has a vacation plan for the whole family in Tampa Bay from June 17th to June 24th. As the court, as a condition of bond, that he'd be allowed to go on that family vacation. Otherwise, I don't have anything more unless the court would have some questions.
Give me just a moment to review the affidavit of probable cause. All right, there are no allegations of violence in this affidavit of probable cause, and I recognize your client's young age as well as lack of criminal record, which is why he appeared as a non-public record on my list, and I wasn't immediately able to locate his file. I will grant a personal recognizance bond in this matter. It will be $500 personal recognizance. If you've been in here for a while, you've heard me say it a number of times. While we work to get this matter resolved, you must show up on time for all court appearances. You may not leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission. I am giving you permission to take this family vacation from June 17th to June 24th, because I'm certain your attorney will make sure you appear after that, and we'll get you a dates set outside of that window. Which means we're gonna have to act fast, quite frankly, Mr. Snow. Do we have dates then?
I'll
June
wait the
17th
14-day rule.
at 9:15 and June 24th at 2:30.
Well, we're gonna actually have to move those to the next set of available dates. Mr. Snope is waiving the 14-day requirement for his client, who will be on vacation for those exact dates.
Okay. I need a minute.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure you were aware that I was giving this allowance.
Okay.
The 17th to the 24th, so we'll have to set dates either before or after, and it sounds like after is fine.
Yes.
All right, that is what we will do. All right, you must keep us notified of your address. You may not commit any crimes while out on bond. What is the status of your license at this time? What is the status of his license?
He actually, that needs to be corrected on the complaint, and I was able to put down his driver's license, and the driver's license that's on the felon complaint is his father's driver's license. Miguel does not have a driver's license.
So no driving without a valid license will be a provision of your pretrial release. And Ms. Lindsay will get you some dates, but we're gonna have to look at the calendar closely to make sure that we can accommodate this request that you have made. If you'll step over to the side or even have a seat, I'm sure when she gets them, she will let you know. You know what, why don't you just have a seat back in the pews? She's got a queue, I think, of a number that she is working on right now, and then she'll let you know when she's got your notice. To the gentleman in the bright yellow, what is your name? Nancy. Sanders?
Yes.
What are you here for?
I'm here for this work.
Oh, okay, so you're a walk-in.
Yeah, I gave you the file. It's.
Oh, it's right here. All right, we'll have to wait on that. All right. It's a what?
2018 case.
No, I found it. He's never been arraigned on it. All right, Mr. Buxia, you're up. Mr. Sanders needs an advice of rights, and let's find out who this young lady is in the sweater. Oh, you're with one of these. Okay. Could you just take Mr. Sanders and give him an advice of rights, please? Right, and so I'd like Mr. Buxia to have a conversation with you. Do you? You may. Yeah.
Or anything like that. We thought maybe he did a sentence report with probation here, and we're hoping to get a copy of.
That sounds familiar. Why were you appointed so late?
That I'm not sure. Our immediate inclination with an
Let's see, because the name is familiar. I'm looking through, I do have. Yes, you can review it and review it with him. That's my personal copy with my notes on it. It doesn't look like I made many of them. Do you think it's something that you're gonna ask for an adjournment of the sentence?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. Just something to kind of brief us a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Yep. Are we not getting anything else? Well, how do you spell it? I'll spell it for you later. All right, can you get Miss Barry? Come on up, that's fine. All right, the court is calling the case of the City of Kentwood versus Tayasia Barry, case number 21-503140M. Miss Barry, the City of Kentwood alleges that on or around March 25th, in the City of Kentwood, County of Kent, you committed the offense of being a disorderly person. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $500. You understand the charge and the maximum potential consequences? Yes. All right. And you had an opportunity to speak with one of my MIDC attorneys regarding your rights, correct?
Yes.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes.
As to the offense of being a disorderly person, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, the court will enter a not guilty plea for you. We'll set you up with a date and time to come back and meet with the city attorney. I will set this as a $500 personal recognizance bond, but I am setting the condition that you not be on the premises of the True Hotel. Is your address 1064 Fairmount Street Southeast?
No, after
Okay. Is there an address where you receive mail? What is that address?
516 Cherry Street.
Is there an apartment number with that? It's Grand Rapids? All right. All right, you'll have to have a seat. And then when my clerk is able to generate a notice with the next date and time, she will give it to you, okay? Do you have any questions for me?
No,
All right. You can take your daughter also, if you would like, back to the box room back there. If there's no one in it, you can sit and you can listen for her to call your name with your notice. All right. You're all set. Ms. Kuipers, remind me again who you're here with?
David Lee.
David Lee. What?
I thought it was alcohol.
All right. And did you have a conversation with the state prosecutor
I did, Your Honor.
using magical Zoom technology?
Yes, it's very magical.
Okay.
So just to refresh the court's memory on this case, we had a pretrial on April 20th.
Well, let's hold on. Let's call it and get it on the record first. No, that's fine. The court is calling the case of the state of Michigan versus Charles Ray. Nope. No, it's not. Mr. Lee. All right. At your convenience, Ms. Lindsay, can you pull me Mr. Lee's file? This is the state of Michigan versus David Earl Lee, case number 21-30102SM. All right, please refresh my memory.
Thank you, Your Honor. We had a pretrial conference on April 20th of this year on this case, where I talked to a Courtney Stone, I believe she was an extra at the time, at the prosecutor's office. She offered ex charge no objection to 7694A at first. Then I had another conversation with her where in the alternative, he could plead to disturbing the peace. At the time, we elected to do the 4A treatment. He did plead. There was actually a pre-sentence report done, but then he relayed to me that he has a daycare license. So we withdrew the plea.
Yes.
We were hoping to plead to the disturbing of peace. Unfortunately, there is nothing in the prosecutor's file regarding the disturbing of peace. The prosecutor I met with today is an extern, and so I'm going to need to talk to the powers that be over there, I think, to see if we can resolve this case. So I'm not sure if the court would like to either set up a trial or set it for another pre-trial, whatever the court's inclined to do.
I'm looking to see if there's any information in the court's file that reflects that offer as well. And that is unfortunately a pitfall we run into when the state prosecutor's office is using interns, and they come and they go because that is the nature of the internship. They are not permanent positions. So let's see what I can find, if anything.
And I guess the expert today did call Angela Curtis, and she doesn't have the file, so she's really not sure what she wants to do. I think her and I can get a conversation at some point and see if we can resolve it.
Yeah, I am certain that you can, and so I will I'll look at our register of actions, but I'm not feeling confident that we'll find anything, though I remember this case. Oh. All right, I don't have any record of that specifically, although it rings a bell. I can't point my fingers to anything specific on it. And so I am confident that you and Ms. Curtis will be able to resolve this. We'll simply set this for another pretrial. Mr. Lee, my apologies. I wish we could get it resolved, but I hope you understand it's kind of out of our hands at this point. But we will adjourn to a different pretrial date. I'll make good notes here that we are seeking clarification on what was an alternate theory of responsibility. And again, if you'll just have a seat with your client, Ms. Lindsay will get you a date, a notice of your release date. Thank you. All right, the court is calling the case of the state of Michigan versus Charles Raymond Welford, case number 20-30355 ST. Mr. Welford, thank you for your patience in this matter.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry.
No apology necessary. All right, this matter was scheduled for a state pretrial conference this afternoon. The court is in receipt of a pretrial conference statement that indicates the prosecutor will allow your plea to the lesser included offense of allowing an unlicensed person to drive and dismiss the originally charged driving with your license suspended, revoked, or denied. This is still a misdemeanor driving offense. The distinction is that the Secretary of State won't hear about it, and the penalties, as in terms of fines, are less severe. Is this the offer that you discussed with the prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is this how you want to proceed today?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you tender a plea and the court accepts it, there will not be a trial of any kind. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it your voluntary choice then to waive your right to a trial in order to take advantage of the bargain being extended by the state?
Yes.
Did anyone threaten you or make you any promises to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
And as to the offense of allowing an unlicensed person to drive, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Were you in fact driving a vehicle back on December 12th of the year 2020 in the city of Kentwood?
Yes.
And at that time, was your driver's license suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I do find that that is a sufficient factual basis to accept your guilty plea, and I will do so. What is the status of your license now, Mr. Welford?
I'm paying on them. I tried to get a restricted license to go back and forth to work instead of, because my mom's 70 years old. She takes me to work. And they still won't let me get it restricted, even though I'm paying on it. I just owe a lot. I owe $2,500.
To who?
To downtown Grand Rapids, 61st.
To the 61st District Court, okay.
Yes.
All right. So it is not extremely likely that in the very near future, you will be able to obtain that license.
No, I'm working on my license. I'm trying to pay them. That's why I'm paying them all off.
Well, how soon do you think you can get that paid?
Before the end of the year.
For the end of the year. Okay. All right. Give me just a moment, Mr. Welford.
And I think before that, Your Honor. Sorry about that.
All right, you are working on getting your license. You've got a payment plan going on with 61st. Do you have any other active criminal matters pending?
Nope, I just got off probation. And that's it.
All right. Mr. Welford, the law presumes that for a nonviolent charge of this caliber, an appropriate sentence can be fashioned out of fines, cost, and community service, and that is what I am going to do. I am sentencing you to 40 hours community service to be completed within 6 months. Once you get your referral to community service, you have 2 business days to set it up, not to get it all done, but to set it up so that we know that you are on track to get it done. And you'll also
can I do just fines? Because I really can't do community service right now with my schedule. Well, how I work 12s.
Okay. I am certain that there's something that can be made in terms of an accommodation to get you your community service done. It can be done at all different places at all different times. And the probation department will work with you on that. If it legitimately appears that you cannot finish community service, I'll hear a motion on it. But for right now, the sentence is 40 hours of community service plus fines and cost, and I will sentence your fines, or I will add up your fines and cost at this moment.
There's no way you could do lower than 40 hours, Your Honor, because I really.
But I certainly could do a jail sentence if you continue to argue with me.
Sorry, I was just trying to get my I'm trying to get my license back. That's
I
all it was.
recognize that, and you've been given the benefit of this bargain, which means that this is not an offense that's going to prohibit you from getting that. So the Secretary of State is not going to hear about this. You keep working your plan in 61st, you set up a payment plan with us, and you complete your community service.
Yes, Your Honor.
Fines and costs total $625. I'm going to place you into a breakout room with my cashier so you can apply for that payment plan. Keep on top of that, and you should have no issues here. That is the final sentence of the court. If you disagree with the court's decision, you have 21 days to appeal it to the circuit court and 14 days to ask for the assistance of a court-appointed attorney to help you with the appeal. Keep an eye on your screen, and you'll get an invitation to a breakout room with my cashier. Yes?
I owe community service and fines.
The sentence is 40 hours of community service plus fines and costs.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Oberholzer, are you there? Or Mr. Abuxia? No. Mr. Najjar, I see you on my screen. Have you met with the state prosecutor today? All right, you are muted. I can't hear you.
I got you now. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Good. I'm having a hard time getting my phone to work today. I'm terribly sorry.
Okay. Have you met with the state prosecutor today?
Yes, I have.
All right. Well, then hopefully that means that a pretrial conference form is forthcoming, and it looks like there is one here. So the court is calling the case of the city of Kentwood versus, well, this is not your file. Hold on just a moment. We'll get your file in a moment. Mr. Najjar, go ahead and mute yourself again.
I don't know how to do that.
I'll do it for you.
Okay.
All right, Deanna Thomas. Oh, okay. Could you tell me Najjar, Miss Barry is in the cry room. She needs to notice that she's got a baby with her. So. All right. Miss Barry, you can come on up here. My clerk will give you your notice. Court is calling the case of the state of Michigan versus William Joseph Najjar, case number 21-30132 ST. Mr. Najjar appears via Zoom. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you.
You met with the state prosecutor, and I received a pretrial conference form that indicates in exchange for your voluntary plea to the lesser included offense of allowing an unlicensed person to drive, the state will dismiss the original driving with your license suspended, revoked, or denied charge. The distinction there is, while it is still a misdemeanor, the Secretary of State won't hear about it, and there are less in terms of fines. Is that the offer that you discussed with the state prosecutor?
Yes, it is.
And is that the way that you want to proceed today?
Yes, it is.
If you tender a guilty plea today and the court accepts it, there will not be a trial of any kind. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Is it your voluntary choice then to waive your right to a trial and all rights that go along with it in order to take advantage of the bargain being extended by the state?
Yes, it is.
Did anyone promise you anything or threaten you in order to get you to plead guilty?
No,
As to the offense of allowing an unlicensed person to drive, how do you plead?
guilty as charged.
Well, you were charged as driving with your license suspended, revoked, or denied. You're pleading guilty to allowing. So let me take you back to March 30th of this year. Were you operating a vehicle in the city of Kentwood?
Yes,
And on that date and time, was your driver's license suspended, revoked, or denied?
yes.
Well, I do find that is a sufficient factual basis to accept your guilty plea. What is the status of your license now?
I am legal and good to go.
Really?
Yes.
I have a Secretary of State driving report dated June 4, which is only 4 days ago, according to my math. When did you have your license reinstated? Because this says it's still suspended.
June 4th. I did it Friday on June 4th. I have the receipts. I'm looking right here. I even had to report it to my insurance company and give them the receipts as well.
Are you able to, I don't know if I could see it, if you put that up close enough to the screen. Otherwise, what I'll have you do is, let's see. Oh, you know what? Unfortunately, somebody else just joined us and the boxes are too small, Mr. Najjar. Here's what we are going to do, though. I am going to trust that that is the case. Ordinarily, I would have a new Secretary of State driving record run for you, but I'm looking at this one dated June 4, and there are not that many suspensions on here. Additionally, we are a little bit swamped at the moment. So if you have, in fact, had your driver's license restored, the court will sentence you to fines and cost only. Fines and costs in this matter total $525. That is a final sentence of the court. If you disagree with this court's decision, you may appeal it to the circuit court within 21 days. You have 14 days to ask for a court-appointed attorney to assist you with that appeal. I'm going to put you into a breakout room right now with one of my cashiers for you to make payment or payment arrangements.
I would like to make a payment arrangement.
All right, you can do a payment plan with one of my cashiers. As I said, watch your screen for an invitation to a breakout room and they will assist you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Abuxia, who do you have with you?
Your Honor, I have this gentleman that needs to be arraigned from earlier, and then after that, I have Mr. Till for sentence.
All right.
Or whichever,
Whoever comes first. What is the name of the gentleman in the yellow shirt? Remind me again.
Sanders.
Sanders. Yeah. Nope, Sanders. He's a walk-in. But I do have Deanna Thomas pulled in front of me, and she was in the bathroom a moment ago. She's here now. All right. Are any of the other individuals sitting in the courtroom here for arraignment and have not yet met with an attorney to advise them of their rights? No? Only Ms. Thomas? All right. Ms. Thomas, I'm going to have you go out into the hallway, and one of our public defenders is going to grab you and take you into a room to advise you of your rights before I call your case, okay? All right, one of you? No? Somebody? All right, Mr. Craigsman. Rachel, who do you have with you? Oh, and she is here on a pretrial. Will she be entering a plea? Okay. All right, the court is calling the case of the City of Kentwood versus Kyrie Malachi Sanders, case number 18-50461 OT, Mr. Sanders. Come up to the lectern. The city of Kentwood alleges that back on June 3rd of 2018, in the city of Kentwood, County of Kent, you committed the offense of operating a vehicle while your driver's license was suspended, revoked, or denied. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $500 plus court cost and collateral consequences like Secretary of State penalties. Do you understand the charge and the maximum potential penalties?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had an opportunity to speak with one of the attorneys regarding your rights, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As to the offense of operating with your driver's license suspended, revoked, or denied, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
The court will enter a not guilty plea for you. We'll set you up with a date and time to come back and meet with the city attorney. Is your address 2491 Mapleview Court Southeast?
No, ma'am.
What is your address?
3965 Camelot Drive, Southeast.
Is there an apartment number?
No.
Is that in Grand Rapids?
Yes.
Do you know the zip?
49546.
All right. If you will step over to the side, my clerk is gonna, well, you may need to have a seat. She's been a little backed up, understandably. We've been very busy this afternoon. So you'll have a seat. She'll call you when she's got a notice, and you can leave today with your date and time, knowing when you need to return, and we will recall the warrant that was entered in this matter.
We'd like to ask, you know, was that issued the warrant?
I don't think it was. Give me just a second. Looks like that was authorized on June 20th of 2018 by my predecessor, the Honorable William G. Kelly. All right, you can just have a seat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Lynch is here, so I need the Gomez file. I'm sorry. Attorney Lynch is here, so I need the Gomez file.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Have you had an opportunity to meet with the state prosecutor this afternoon?
I have not, Your Honor. I'm actually, believe it or not, in the building in a conference room, hoping to get with a prosecuting attorney. I'm not sure. It sounds like there's an intern that's going to be handling things today.
There is an intern who is assisting this afternoon. There is also some magical process by which my bailiff can assist you in getting connected to that intern. I have Mr. Lynch, who is here in the building, who needs to meet with Mr. Ring. Mr. Lynch is in what, conference room down here?
2.
Conference room 2?
Yes.
My bailiff will assist you in getting connected to the prosecutor who is here.
Perfect.
All right, good luck. If it doesn't
All right,
work,
thank you.
come back and join me and I will let you know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the court is calling the case of the city of Kentwood versus Paul Edward Scott, case number 21-50352 OM. Come right up here to the lectern, sir. All right, Mr. Scott, the city of Kentwood alleges that back on May 27th of this year in the city of Kentwood, County of Kent, you committed the offense of unsanitary acts. That's charged under Kentwood Ordinance 38-326. So give me a moment to look that up. All right. That is what the city of Kentwood calls urinating in public. It is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $500 plus court costs. Do you understand the charge and the maximum potential penalties?
Yes.
All right. And did you have an opportunity to speak with one of our attorneys regarding your rights? Oh, no, you've been here for quite some time. How is it that you have not yet met with one of my MIDC attorneys? You had to go across the hall and get fingerprinted, right? And you came back and then nobody advised you of your rights?
I went to the probation section.
It's just not getting information.
Just got through probation and, okay. Well, I'm so sorry. I am not going to proceed on your case until you've had the opportunity to be advised of your rights. And so, Mr. Abuxia, can you help him?
Yeah, Paul is outside. I will
Walk him out to Paul and then I will handle your matter. All right, and then Mr. Scott, you come back. Mr. Abuxia, you have Mr. Teal, you said, for sentencing. Is that correct?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Do you have something to return to me?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. If I may approach.
You may.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The court is calling the case of the State of Michigan versus Terrell Dante Teal, case number 21-30161 SD. You are Mr. Teal?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Mr. Teal appears with his attorney, Mr. Malud Abuxia, this afternoon from the Kent County Office of the Defender. This matter is scheduled for sentencing. And so it appears to me that at some point, let's see. Perhaps you pled guilty at arraignment and then filed an application for a court-appointed attorney.
Yes, I had talked to you, and you told me I had to do the application and stuff.
Okay, which I see that you did, and I see that I granted it. And so Mr. Abuxia asked me to share if the court had received a substance abuse assessment. We referred you to a substance abuse assessment, and one was completed. Did you have an opportunity to review this with Mr. Teal?
I did, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, are there any corrections, challenges, or additions to it?
I don't believe we had any corrections or challenges, anything of that.
All right, are you prepared to proceed with allocution?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have Mr. Till in front of you. He lives here with his wife and 2 kids. He also has another child in Oklahoma, whereby he shares custody in a custody sharing arrangement. With that child, things are going good in that manner. He does provide for the other 2 children who live with him and his wife full time. Mr. Till is a business owner. He owns a maintenance company. He's currently contracting with Greenlight Maintenance, doing property management, things of that nature. Very physical type work, full-time employment. When talking about this case, this is something that he accepts full responsibility for. And according to the reports that I've seen, he took responsibility for it right away that night. He knew that he had messed up. He knew that it was a mistake not to be repeated. I asked him what he's learned of the situation, and he's learned much. This hasn't only affected him. As you can imagine, this has affected his family as well. Because of the loss of license at this point in time, his wife does have to help drive him to his jobs, while at the same time maintaining her jobs and driving the children to their obligations. He has already attended and completed the victim impact panel, Your Honor, which I have a sheet I can present to the court. He also completed the assessment with New Life Counseling, and not only stopped there with the assessment, but immediately went into one of the group therapy sessions that's being recommended for Mr. Till. He does not currently have a GED. This is something that that is on his radar. This is something that he would like to get to further his education, to complete that piece. As a family man, he has had struggles finding the time to be able to do so. Your Honor, with everything being said, the responsibility that Mr. Till has taken, the steps he's moving in to correct the situation, the remedial path he's already on with already engaging in the group therapies. I would respectfully ask this court for a term of probation, Your Honor, to oversee the finishing of that group therapy and any other counseling sessions. I know with a charge of this nature, it's not typical that there would not be any jail time imposed. However, that is our request. That is our plea to this court at this time, that all jail time be suspended so that Mr. Till can prove to this court on probation that he has what it takes to succeed and move on with his life in a positive fashion.
Thank you. Is it pronounced Till or Teal?
Teal, like the color teal.
Teal. All right. Mr. Teal, do you have anything that you would like to share with me before I impose sentence?
I just want to get this over with and try not to drink anymore and fix everything so I can move on with my life, my family.
Well, it sounds as though you are taking steps in the right direction, which I certainly appreciate. Did you complete the alcohol highway safety class?
Yes.
All right, in addition to the victim impact panel?
I don't have any paperwork for that.
I didn't have any paperwork for that either, but you know.
Well, the one that I had to go in, they said they was gonna send you all the paperwork.
Let's just see, and I do, I have it and I've reviewed it. But I have, that's the substance abuse assessment. And there's no confirmation for me that you completed the alcohol highway safety class. That doesn't mean you didn't do it, because sometimes I just don't get that certificate in addition to the other paperwork. The purposes of sentencing are many, actually. There are several goals. The first is punitive, right? That's the penalty you get for breaking the law. The second is restorative. There was a property damage accident in this, which moves it out of the category of crimes where the law presumes that fines, costs, and community service are adequate and into something greater. And I don't know if any restitution is being sought. So one potential purpose of putting you on probation would be to determine whether or not there's any restitution for the property that was damaged. The last is rehabilitation, which in my definition is restoring a person to a place of normalcy, or restoring a relationship to one of normalcy. Your relationship with alcohol. Now, it sounds as though that you have taken responsibility here, and that's fantastic. But the bottom line is that 1 in every 3 alcohol-related driving offenders comes back to court at least once, sometimes twice. Today I saw a 5th. So, purposes of rehabilitation, we want to just monitor you for a while and make sure that you are continuing to do everything that you need to do. And in fact, that relationship is one that is healthy, because you know this impacted your family. And if it is a pattern or was looking like a pattern that your life was going to take, we want to divert you right back to where you are a healthy and productive member of society. So I am going to place you on probation with this court. It will be for a period of 9 months. The provisions of your probation are as follows. You are not to violate the laws of any city, state, or federal government. You are not to leave the state without the court's permission. You are to make a truthful report to your probation officer monthly or as often as they require. You are to notify them immediately of any change in your employment or address. You are to complete an alcohol highway safety class. If you've already done it, just get the certificate from New Life and give it to your probation officer. You've already done the victim impact panel. You've already done the substance abuse assessment. While you are on probation, you are not to possess or consume any alcohol, marijuana, or other drugs unless prescribed by a physician. And you've already told me that you don't intend to drink. So that shouldn't be too difficult. I'm going to have you submit to alcohol and drug testing as required by your probation officer and pay any required drug test fee. Complete or continue counseling. So I'm told you're already engaged in counseling. My purpose, my goal is not to have Mr. Teal do something new and different for me on top of what he's already doing. What you're doing is sufficient. Just, we want to make sure you're accountable and that you get it done. You are not to purchase or possess any firearms or ammunition or dangerous weapons. You are to seek or maintain employment and verify that with your probation officer. I hear Mr. Abugsia's argument, and I recognize what it is like to be involved in parenting a busy family, and especially with a, only a household with only one license. So while I would like to see you get your GED, I am not going to impose that as a requirement of your probation, nor am I going to impose any community service, because I do not want to set you up to fail. What I want to see is you be successful. Continue doing the things that you are doing and put this behind you. I am not imposing any jail time at this moment. Of course, if you do not comply with the provisions of your probation, that is a potential outcome. And you will pay fines and costs that I will total at this time. Fines and costs total $1,385. Mr. Bugsia, did you ever have the pleasure of meeting Professor Dunn when he taught at Cooley? Attorney Mike Dunn?
The name is very familiar.
So he taught a class that I took once, actually a clinic that I was involved in. And he once gave this advice to his class, and I love to pass it along to people. It is, the next time that you think you might drive home after you've been drinking, consider getting a hot air balloon ride home. Call a hot air balloon, because it costs about the same amount as an OWI, and it is a lot more fun. This is the final sentence of the court. If you disagree with the court's decision, you have 21 days to appeal it to the circuit court. You have 14 days to ask for a court-appointed attorney to assist you. I'm going to have my clerk give you a card. You'll take it down to probation to get set up there, and I'll have you stop at the counter out front to make payment or payment arrangements. Do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am.
All right, you're all set. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to recess for a moment, and then if we'll resume in maybe 10 minutes or so. Mr. Scott, we'll try this one more time. All right, we are back on the record in the matter of the City of Kentwood versus Paul Edward Scott, case number 21-503520M. Now, having been fingerprinted, having gone through probation for the pre-arraignment screening, and having been advised of your rights, you understand the charge and the maximum potential penalty, correct?
Right.
And as to the offense of unsanitary acts, how do you plead? The court will enter a not guilty plea for you. We will schedule an appointment for you with the city attorney. Is your address 3539 Breton Valley Drive, Southeast?
Yeah.
Is there an apartment number?
It's a house.
Okay. All right. Step over the side. My clerk is going to get you a notice with the date and time for you to come back. I'm not imposing any additional conditions on you. Why don't you just hang out over closer to the jury box? She'll get it when she's ready. All right. The court is calling the case of the state of Michigan versus Amy Elizabeth Brinker, case number 20-30189 SD. You are Ms. Brinker?
Yes.
And Ms. Brinker appears with her attorney, Mr. Kurt Oberholzer, today. Mr. Oberholzer, was there a substance abuse evaluation completed in this matter?
Your Honor, unfortunately, at this time, one has not been completed. Ms. Brinker did have the intentions of getting one completed through Cherry Street Health, an organization which she works with on a regular basis. However, Ms. Brinker, unfortunately, Your Honor, it's been tough for her. She's in a position right now where she is currently unemployed. She's also homeless right now. And frankly, Your Honor, it's just been a matter of she's not been able to come up with the money in order to pay for her substance abuse evaluation. So she understands that she does need to get that done. It is a court order. She's, I believe, very remorseful for the fact that she hasn't had it completed for today. At this point, she's certainly looking to get her case resolved and proceed forward. Given her circumstances, Your Honor, we would respectfully ask the court to allow Ms. Brinker one more opportunity to get that substance abuse evaluation completed. I know that this court is now, I believe, doing substance abuse evaluations in-house. If the court would allow Ms. Brinker to have that conducted here at the 62B District Court, we would certainly appreciate that additional opportunity at this time, Your Honor.
And Mr. Oberholzer is correct. We are now doing substance abuse screenings in-house. There is a fee of $100, but the benefit to you is that it can be added to your fines and costs at the conclusion of your matter, which can then be incorporated into a payment plan. And so we will allow you to do that. We will adjourn to one more date. My clerk is going to give you a card to take down to the probation department so that they know that you need to get it set up. They'll schedule you with that evaluation and they will schedule you for sentencing. You'll come back on another date. I am adding that fee into your matter right now.
Thank you. I'm really sorry.
I understand. All right, if you'll step over the side, nope, that's not true. She won't generate a notice for you. She'll get you the card to send you down to probation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Oberholzer. And the court is calling the case of the City of Kentwood versus Deanna Sandra Thomas, case number 21-503480M. You are Ms. Thomas?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Thomas, the City of Kentwood alleges that back on May 29th of this year in the City of Kentwood, County of Kent, you committed the offense of hindering and opposing the police. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $500. Do you understand the charge and the maximum potential penalty?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with one of my MIDC attorneys regarding your rights?
Yes.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes.
As to the offense of hindering and opposing, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, the court will enter a not guilty plea for you at this time. We'll set you up with an appointment to come back and meet with the city attorney. Is your address 701 Isabel Street, apartment 3?
No.
What is your address?
3971 Fairway Drive.
Say that again.
Fairway Drive.
Is it Burn? Could you spell it for me?
Burneway.
City is that?
Lansing, Michigan,
And what's the zip?
48911.
48911. Do you have any other current active criminal matters?
No.
And looking at your criminal record, it does appear that there are a few things on it, although there's not a lot in the last 5 years or so that is of a serious nature. I have some concerns about the fact that you are out of town, but you are here today. You appeared as you were directed, and so I will set this as a $500 personal recognizance bond, which means you do not need to put up any money today. All right, and I'm not going to impose any additional conditions on you. You must show up on time for all court appointments. You may not leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission. You may not commit any crimes while out on bond, and you must keep us notified of your address. Step over to the side, my clerk will generate a notice for you with the date and time when you return. Jennifer.
Yeah, just sit right.
Attorney Lynch, you're all over the place. All right, the court is calling the case of the state of Michigan versus Demetrio Gomez Jr., case number 21-30111 SM. You are Mr. Gomez Jr.?
Yes, I am.
All right, and Mr. Gomez appears with his attorney, Attorney Heath Lynch. This matter was scheduled for a pretrial conference this afternoon. The court has received a pretrial conference statement that indicates the following in terms of a plea bargain. As charged, people do not object to a 1-year delay of sentence, after which case will be dismissed on condition defendant successfully completes all terms of probation, which is a delayed sentence under MCL 771.1, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Check my citation before I came up here, so yes, it's exactly right.
All right. So that is what you discussed with your client then?
I did in detail.
All right, and how would you like to proceed today?
My understanding is that to move forward, accept the plea offer, tender a plea today, and delay sentencing for a year in hopes that the rest of the sentence.
Well, this court is an advocate for deferral programs, deferral statutes, and for keeping young people who make bad choices or lapses of judgments in their youth free from those burdens as they move forward to become productive individuals. And so I do accept delayed sentences under 771.1 when it is appropriate, and if it is consented to by the Office of the Prosecutor, which it appears that it is. So, Mr. Gomez Jr., if you tender a plea today and the court accepts it, there will not be a trial of any kind. Do you understand?
I do.
And is it your voluntary choice then to give up your right to a trial and all other rights that go along with it in order to take advantage of this delay in sentence?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did anyone threaten you or make you any promises in order, well, any promises above and beyond this plea bargain in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you are charged with the offense of assault and battery, assault and battery, which is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $500 plus court costs. As to that offense, sir, how do you plead?
I plead guilty, Your Honor.
Give me just a moment to review this affidavit. All right, Mr. Gomez, were you in fact located in the city of Kentwood back on or around March 7th of this year?
Yes.
Were you at, this is a location, I think I asked before, it is like the soccer spot?
Yeah, MSA sports spot.
Okay. And on that date and time, did you have contact with one Rudy Gramajo, which was offensive to him and against his will?
Yes.
Specifically, did you hit him in the back of the head while leaving a soccer game?
Yes, I did.
All right, I find that's a sufficient factual basis, Mr. Lynch. Do you agree?
That's right.
All right, here's what we are going to do. Recognizing that we won't come back for a sentence, before I impose the conditions of your probation, I would like to order a pre-sentence investigation. And so I will have Mr. Gomez meet with our probation department for an interview that will also give the victim in this matter opportunity for input into the terms of probation, and then we'll come back, detail those probation conditions, and set out the date for sentence. Does that make sense?
It does, Your Honor. I told her that maybe something before with that time.
All right.
Prior to get started.
And so for this period of time, all of the bond conditions that were originally set continue. My clerk is going to give you a card to send you down to probation. They'll know what to do with it. They will set you up with a pre-sentence investigation interview, date and time. You'll conduct that. Input will be solicited from the victim. We'll come back again to detail your probation. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Lynch?
I don't think so, Your Honor. For the final hearing, that's it.
I think it's appropriate in this matter. It can be. Yes. Yep. Or as we have officially moved into phase 3 today, we are doing almost all sentencings in person, but given the particular nature of this plea bargain and the circumstances, I think that we could note the file that a Zoom appearance would be adequate.
Thank you.
All right, you are available.
Work, we recently have promotion, so he's, it would help him a little bit, I think, for him not to have to do it first as possible.
Yeah, and so the Supreme Court Administrative Office is encouraging all of the courts to do as much as possible by Zoom, even as we resume normal operations. And that's fine. It works in some circumstances, like this circumstance. It doesn't work in all. And so you always may feel free to make the request.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you're welcome. My clerk will give you the card and send you down to probation. Thank you very much. Mhm. I have a Michael Blevins in here. All right. The court is calling the case of the state of Michigan versus Michael Deshaun Blevins, case number 21-30172 ST. All right, Mr. Blevins. This matter was set for a pretrial conference this afternoon. I have a pretrial conference statement from the prosecutor that indicates they will allow your voluntary plea and sentence to the lesser included of offense of allowing an unlicensed person to drive and dismiss the charge driving with license suspended, revoked, or denied, as well as the civil infraction of having no valid registered plate. Is that the offer you discussed with the prosecutor?
Yes.
And how do you want to proceed today? You would like to take advantage of that offer? If you tender a plea today and the court accepts it, there will not be a trial of any kind. Do you understand?
Yes.
And is it your voluntary choice then to waive your right to a trial and all rights that go along with it in order to take advantage of the benefit of this bargain? Did anyone threaten you or make you any promises above and beyond the plea bargain to get you to plead guilty? As to the offense of allowing an unlicensed person to drive, how do you plead?
Yes.
All right, were you operating a vehicle in the city of Kentwood back on May 9th of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, was your driver's license suspended, revoked, or denied? I find that to be a sufficient factual basis to accept your guilty plea, and I will do so. How close are you to getting your license?
$900 less.
Who do you owe that $900 to?
It's between you guys and child support.
So you have to clear some stuff up with friend of court
Yeah,
first.
but I have to do it. I have to take care of all these things first. And then do child support. So they-
The benefit of pleading to allowing an unlicensed person to drive is that the fines assessed in this matter will not pile on to the amount that you owe right now to get your license back. So you need to pay those fines first, and you have to make a payment plan here, but prioritize those others, I think would probably be,
Other ones I pay them, just the clearance fees.
yeah.
That's it, yeah.
All right, well, here's what we can do. How soon do you think you can get that done?
It's gonna take me like 3 weeks, that's it.
3 weeks. Well, then I will adjourn this matter and I will not sentence you until maybe 6 weeks or so to give you the opportunity to get that cleared up, to get to the Secretary of State, and to get your license and bring it back and show it to me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, if you'll step over the side, my clerk will generate a notice and get you that date and time for sentencing. Thank you. All right, Mr. Overholzer, you have Ms. Onofre and Mr. Pudel, and you are ready to go on those two.
Yes, Your
But both of those individuals are in custody. So who else do I have in the courtroom here? Destiny Knights, right? Okay.
Then Mr. Ting is also in the courtroom, as well as Mr. Idiario, Your Honor.
Laura, this is the jail. Are you still going to need these two inmates?
I am. And in fact, we were just getting to that, Deputy. I apologize. It's been a long afternoon here, but we are ready for both of them. We'll take them one at a time. I think we'll start with Ms. Onofre.
That should be everybody.
All right, the court is calling the case of the City of Kentwood versus Brooklyn Jean Onofre, case number 21-500160M. The court actually has two files before it. The second is the State of Michigan versus Brooklyn Jean Onofre, case number 21-30196SM. Ms. Onofre appears from the Kent County Correctional Facility, and her attorney, Mr. Kurt Overholzer, is present in the courtroom. You are Ms. Onofre, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I've seen Ms. Onofre a couple of times in the last week, and in these matters, I received a pretrial conference statement that indicates, well, looks like I only have one. Am I supposed to have two, Mr. Overholzer?
I believe so, Your Honor. I can text or send a message to Brian Green right now from the prosecuting attorney's office. If I may inquire, is the court just missing the pre-trial conference statement on the state case? Is that correct, Your Honor? The 21-30196 SM file.
Actually, I have the SM file.
Oh, well, Your Honor, I do have a copy of the pretrial statement that Ms. Dawson, I believe.
I think, you know what, Ms. Dawson sent it to us so early, perhaps it didn't get, love her efficiency. All right, what what is the plea bargain being extended, Mr. Oberholzer?
Your Honor, with regard to file 21, 516 OM, the City of Kentwood case, Ms. Onofre was charged with the hindering and imposing as well as a disorderly conduct. The plea agreement is as follows, Your Honor. If Ms. Onofre were to plead guilty to one, Ms. Dawson would have no objection to a dismissal of the other, along with a no jail recommendation. And after discussing this matter with Ms. Onofre, Your Honor, I do believe she wishes to take advantage of that offer and plead guilty to the disorderly conduct with the dismissal of the hindering and opposing, Your Honor. And then, Your Honor, with regard to file 21-3196 SM1, with regard to that file, Your Honor, the offer is as follows. Ms. Onofre was charged with an assault and battery. If she were to plead guilty as charged, the people are recommending no jail recommendation, Your Honor. And I have discussed both of those offers with Ms. Onofre at this point in time, Your Honor, and I do believe she wishes to take advantage and enter a guilty plea. More specifically, Your Honor, I'd just like to state that Ms. Onofre and I discussed that if she is to enter a guilty plea with regard to both of these files, she would be waiving her rights to take these charges to trial before a judge or jury. And again, with that understanding, I do believe Ms. Onofre wishes to offer a guilty plea with regard to both files at this time.
Ms. Onofre, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If you tender pleas in these matters today and the court accepts them, there will not be a trial of any kind on either or any of these charges. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are voluntarily giving up your rights to a trial in order to take advantage of the bargains being extended by the city of Kentwood and the state of Michigan, respectively, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anyone threaten you or make you any promises above and beyond what was stated on the record in order to get you to plead guilty?
No, not at all, ma'am.
All right. In file 21-50016OM, that is the City of Kentwood versus Brooklyn G. McBride, to the offense of disorderly conduct, how do you plead?
Yes, guilty, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Overholzer, can you inquire to establish a factual basis?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ms. Onofre, back on January 8th, 2021, on January 7th, 2021, were you located in the city of Kentwood, Kent County, Michigan?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Back on January 7th, 2021, were you located within the city of Kentwood, Kent County, Michigan?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. And around that time, or at that date, or at that time, did you engage in making threats towards an individual who was working at a security booth?
Yes, I was up there at the, asking them questions and stuff, but
And were
yes,
you,
I was up there.
And were you yelling at that individual who was working at the security booth as well?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Onofre. Your Honor, I do believe we've established a sufficient factual basis for the purposes of the plea to the disorderly conduct charge.
And I do agree, and I'll note that I printed the pretrial conference form from Ms. Dawson, and so I'm going to indicate that she accepted it and is entering that plea to disorderly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And if I didn't say it, I am satisfied that that is a sufficient factual basis. All right, as to file number 21-30196SM, State of Michigan versus Brooklyn Jean Onofre. Ma'am, we've already discussed this, but you understand if you tender a plea today, there will not be a trial of any kind, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I just feel embarrassed and I just want to get it over my head.
I know.
And
I know.
I'm
We
trying-
talked about this earlier this week, and that's why kind of mountains were moved to make sure you got this appearance today, Ms. Onofre.
I appreciate everything.
All right. And so as to the offense of assault and battery, how do you plead?
I'm guilty.
All right, Mr. Overholzer.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Onofre, back on May 31st, 2021, again, were you located within the city of Kentwood, Kent County, Michigan?
Yes, sir.
And on that date, at that location, did you push an Ernest Riviera?
Yes, sir.
And was that push made against Mr. Riviera's consent and without his will, or against his will?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Humphrey. Your Honor, I do believe we've established a sufficient factual basis for the purposes of taking the plea to this assault and battery charge, Your Honor.
And I agree. Remind me, Mr. Overholzer, Ms. Onofre is serving sentence with an out date of when?
Your Honor, I do believe the out date to be June 11th, 2021 currently. I do believe she's set to be released at that date. She is being held on bonds on these cases at this time as well.
Well, my concern with proceeding to sentence today is that we need to give the victim in this assault and battery opportunity for input prior to sentencing.
Ma'am,
Yes.
I do, I'm just very sorry about everything and everything, but I wish I could apologize, and everything, and I just don't know, if I could please get sentenced, and I, at least get to know what's going on with me today. I've been trying to find it, get me out so I can get me a job.
I know. You talked about that, and you talked about the difficulty you have in travel, and I think you have some back issues that you described to the court.
I plan to go to whatever, whatever things that I can do to take care of this.
Mr. Overholzer, are you asking the court to proceed to sentence
If
today?
the court has no objection to that, we certainly would have no objection for the court to proceed with sentencing at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Then I'll hear your allocution.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, Ms. Onofre, she's absolutely here to take responsibility for her actions. She absolutely wanted to get these cases resolved, and I think, she said it herself. She's very embarrassed, Your Honor. I'm sure she'll be more than willing to share with the court, her feelings again here, but I know that she's very embarrassed by these cases. She certainly is looking to get them resolved. I don't believe she's on any other sort of probation right now. Her release date of the 11th of June here, I believe, will satisfy her other cases at this time, Your Honor. I've talked with Ms. Onofre. She's indicated to me that she certainly has no plans whatsoever to return to either of the locations on both of these cases, Your Honor. I know that Ms. Onofre has been, she's been going through some major struggles as of late too, Your Honor. Not only is she going through a divorce currently or trying to obtain a divorce, but she's been put in a position where she's essentially homeless and relying on family members, her sister, to find a place to rest her head on a regular basis. It's been a very upsetting time for her, and she's looking to get her life back together here. She's hopeful that she'll be able to secure a driver's license here in the near future. She's to hopefully be released anytime soon. So she's just really looking to, again, move forward in her life in a positive direction, Your Honor. And it's been hard for her, but she's going to do it, I think. And I have full faith in her ability to do that, Your Honor. So with that being said, Your Honor, we would just ask that the court take that into consideration in determining an appropriate sentence for Ms. Onofre. Again, I know she's extremely embarrassed to be here and just, wants to accept responsibility and resolve these cases at this time, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Overholzer. Mr. Onofre, is there anything else? We've gone over a number of things, but is there anything else that you would like to share with the court before I impose sentence?
I'm just embarrassed. I just want to get this over me, and I definitely would do better, and I know I can do better. and I will do better.
Ms. Knopfler, what do you think it is that led to these circumstances?
I think probably due to my ex-husband and just, I've been working a lot in my back condition and I don't know, I think by up to this time, I was having arguments back and forth with my ex-husband on my house and it just got me really upset. I just didn't know what to do. I just was trying to go about my day and it's just, I have no excuse, for how I was acting that time, but I do feel really embarrassed.
You're serving a sentence for Judge versus Luce, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Walker, remind me what that charge was.
I believe it was something opposing an officer, not listening to his orders.
Where are you gonna go when you get out, Ms. Onofre?
I'm going to my sister's on 2669 Wyoming Avenue, Southwest Wyoming, Michigan.
That's the address that we have for you.
Yes, I plan to stay there for a little bit until my dad's situation and stuff, for me to go and do some jobs for him up in Cedar Springs. I was working through a lot of temp services, but sometimes they didn't pay me my money and I had to wait like 2 weeks for a check. And then at that time, I didn't have my rent to pay for even a motel room. So when I was waiting on my check, I couldn't pay for a room. So then I had to stay out. So I was just waiting on money a lot of times, but I actually have a good job, I can help this guy and he's gonna give me $350 a month, because he's an elderly guy and I could get paid through the state for him.
And that's something you have set up to do when you get out? Because
yeah,
money's gonna continue to be an issue. There's gonna be fines and costs that are due in these matters.
that's fine. I plan to pay whatever it is. I've been, like I said, I got this guy, I'm getting $350 a month so that, it's gonna be paid by the state. I just have to sign up for it and everything. His name is Francis. James Francis. I mean, I work through other temp services as well, so either way, I'll have a job.
All right. On case number 21-500160M, Mr. Nosferay, I am sentencing you to fines and costs only. They total $325.
I can pay that.
Well,
not now, but.
Well, and we've talked about this before. We talked about what you talked to me about your desire to have all of these things resolved now.
Yeah.
And so I can order these fines and costs due immediately, which is going to add some jail time to you, but at which point your fines and costs will be clear. That is called a pay and stay. I'm going to give you the option at this point. Do you want to get out and set up a payment plan, or do you want to stay in jail for a few more days until your fines and costs are resolved?
I plan to pay it. You know, I just feel bad, you know, about all this stuff, and I plan to pay for whatever, you know, I have to do.
All right. Well, as I said, fines and costs total $325 in that matter. That is the final sentence of the court.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Could I possibly start that when I get out? I can pay at least $25.
You are to report to the 62B District Court on your first business day after your release to set up a payment plan. You can call, you can come in person, or you can do it online.
Okay.
In the second matter, that's a little more dicey. That is case number 21-30196SM. My concern in this matter is that I would like the victim to have some input, and I would like to know whether or not they are seeking any restitution, because the purposes of sentencing are trifold. There is the punitive element, which is the penalty you get for breaking the law. There's a restorative element, and so if this victim had some kind of health issue or medical complication, I'm going to ask our probation department to reach out to them for their insight. And then, of course, the last goal of sentencing is rehabilitation. You've been through a rough period of time. And when I say rehabilitation as it relates to you, it is really restoring your life to a place where you are moving in a positive direction, right? Where you've got the job, where you've got housing stability, where you are moving forward. And so I am going to put you on probation with this court for a period of 6 months for the purpose of soliciting any input from the victim on restitution, and for making sure we can offer you any tools that are available that would assist you. And so the terms of your probation are as follows. You are not to leave the state without the court you are not to leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission. You are not to violate the laws of any city, state, or federal government. You are to make a truthful report to your probation officer monthly or more often as they require, and you are to notify them immediately of any change in address or employment status. You are not to possess or consume any alcohol, marijuana, or other drugs unless prescribed by a physician. You are not to misuse prescription drugs or be in the presence of anyone using illegal drugs. You are to complete or continue counseling as directed by your probation officer, pay any fee that is required. You are not to purchase or possess any firearms or ammunition or dangerous weapons. You are to seek or maintain employment and verify that with your probation officer. Mr. Overholzer, do you have the math done on how many days she has served to
Your
date?
Honor, I do believe, I had one of these files, Your Honor. My apologies, Your Honor, I had it written down somewhere here.
I might be able to find it as well.
I do believe that I'm not certain, Your Honor, I do believe Ms. Humphrey may have been booked on the 25th of May. That may be incorrect, but maybe other different.
You know, I think the jail has her under McBride.
Yes.
Booked on May 31st.
Yes, May 31st was my first.
So I'll sentence her to 9 days with credit for 9 days served. You are to contact the 62B District Court on the first business day after your release. That should be in just a couple of days when you're done with Judge Versluis's sentence, to make arrangements for your probation and for your payment plan on this matter. In this matter, fines and costs total $625. That is a final sentence of the court. If you disagree with the court's decision, you have 21 days to appeal it to the circuit court. You have 14 days to request the assistance of a court-appointed attorney to help you with the appeal. You're all set, Mrs. Nelfrey. I wish you the absolute best.
I appreciate everything and I'm gonna do what I can, and you know, thank you so much for your help.
Yes, good luck.
Yep, have a good day.
No, not yet. Yeah.
I'm sitting here quietly eating.
That's fine. All right, we will address Mr. Pudell at this time, which means I will call the language line.
Welcome to Language Line Solutions. Please enter your 6-digit client ID. Your client ID is your call cannot be completed without a valid and active ID. Please enter your 6-digit client ID. For Spanish, press 1. For Auto, press 2. Please speak the name of the desired language.
Nepali.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say anything. Please speak the name of the desired language.
Nepali.
I understood. Nepali. If this is correct, say yes or press 1. If this is incorrect, please enter access code followed by the pound sign. Please hold for an interpreter. Thank you for calling Language Line Solutions. This is Rupa, ID 203430. I'll be an Nepali interpreter. How may I assist you today?
Hello, Madam Interpreter. This is Judge Sterkenburg at the 62B District Court. I have a criminal defendant here who needs to enter 2 criminal pleas. Are you able to assist?
Yes, Judge, I'll be more than happy to assist.
All right, before we get started, I'll swear you in. And so, do you swear or affirm that you will impartially interpret the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communication, so help you God?
Yes, I affirm.
All right, I have Mr. Pudell here. His name is Dill Pudell. Or you can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you. हजुरले नमस्ते म रुपा बोल्दैछु दोभाषी अनि भाषाको लागि तपाईँलाई सहयोग गर्न गएको छु
हजुर नमस्ते म सुनिरहेको छु तपाईँ हजुरले बोलेको
Hello, yeah, I can hear you. And Judge, I'm ready whenever you're ready.
All right, the court has 2 files before it. The first is case number 21-30181 SD. The second is 21-30064 SD.
हजुर यहाँ अदालतको साथमा दुईवटा फाइलहरू छन् एउटा चाहिँ 21-30181 SD छ भने दोस्रो चाहिँ 21-30064 SD.
In both of these matters, Mr. Pudell is charged with the offense of operating while intoxicated, having a high blood alcohol content.
हजुर यो दुइटै संबन्धमा चाहिँ यो दुइटै कुरामा चाहिँ कङ्ग्रेसले चाहिँ यहाँनिर एकदमै के अरे गाँजा पिएर एकदम मासेर गाडी चलाउनु भएको र खुनको मात्रामा के अरे रक्सीको मात्रा एकदम धेरै भएको भन्ने देखियो।
हजुर हो।
Yes, that's true.
And Mr. Pudel is represented by his attorney, Mr. Kurt Oberholzer.
हजुर अनि यहाँनिर तपाईँको प्रतिनिधित्वको लागि वकिल कर्ट ओभरहोल्जर हुनुहुन्छ।
हजुर हुन्छ देखिरहेको छु।
The court has been provided information that in each of these matters, the state is not offering any particular plea bargain and is simply stating that if Mr. Pudel pleads as charged, there will be no position taken by the state on sentencing.
हजुर यसमा चाहिँ दुईटै यो जुन केस छ तिनीहरूमा चाहिँ राज्यले कुनै सौदा नगर्ने भन्ने भएको छ र यो दुईटैमा चाहिँ प्रहरीलाई चाहिँ के अरे अभियोग लाग्ने दोष लाग्ने अभियोग लाग्ने भन्ने कुरो भएको छ।
Mr. Oberholzer, how does your client want to proceed today?
हजुर तपाईको उचितलाई साथै कसरी तपाईको क्लाइन्टले चाहिँ यो कुरा अगाडि बढाउन चाहनुहुन्छ सोध्दैछ।
Your Honor, I believe my client wishes to offer a guilty plea with regard to both files today, Your Honor.
हजुर मुख्य साथै चाहिँ जसलाई त्यही भन्नुभयो कि मेरो क्लाइन्टले चाहिँ आफ्नो दुईटै कुराको लागि आफ्नो गल्ती स्वीकार्न चाहनुहुन्छ भन्दैछ।
हजुर मैले गरेको गल्ती म स्वीकार्न चाहन्छु, गिल्टी फिल गर्न चाहन्छु।
Yeah, I would like to plead guilty. It was my fault.
Mr. Pudel, if the court accepts your guilty pleas today, there will be no trial in these matters. Do you understand?
Obviously, as तपाईले आफ्नो गल्ती स्वीकार्नुभयो, guilty plea गर्नुभयो भने यो कुरामा भोलि गएर ट्रायल हुँदैन भन्ने कुरो बुझ्नु भएको छ है?
हजुर तपाईँ बोलेको अड्केर आयो, एकचोटि रिपिट गरिदिनुहोस् न।
Your voice cut off. Would you be able to repeat, interpreter? So then I'm going to repeat to Mr. Boyle one more time. He said my voice was cut because in and out. So I'm going to repeat the statement one more time. हजुर जसले भन्नुभएको आज तपाईले गल्ती स्वीकार्नुभयो भने भोलि गएर तपाईले यो अदालतमा ट्रायल गर्न पाउनुहुन्न भन्ने कुरो बुझ्नु भएको छ है? सोध्दै हुन्छ।
हजुर हुन्छ।
Yes.
And is it your voluntary choice to waive your right to a trial in order to resolve these matters and enter a guilty plea?
यो मामलाको समाधान गर्नको लागि तपाईले आफ्नो स्वेच्छाले आफूले गल्ती स्वीकार्दै हुनुहुन्छ कि छैन
हो? म आफै मैले आफै स्वीकारेको हो।
Yes.
Did anyone threaten you or make you any promises in order to get you to enter guilty pleas?
कसैले तपाईलाई धम्की दिएर कसैले के गर्दिन्छु भनेर बाचा गरेर गल्ती स्वीकार्न लगाएको छैन तपाईलाई?
होइन, मैले मेरै मनदेखि मैले आफै भनेको।
No, I voluntarily accepting I'm being guilty voluntarily.
All right, I'm going to ask you some questions to establish the facts.
तपाईँ कुराहरू यहाँनिर यहाँ राख्नको लागि म तपाईँलाई केही प्रश्न सोध्न गइरहेको छु।
Back on May 15th, were you in the city of Kentwood, County of Kent, operating a vehicle?
मेको 15 तारिक केनवुड सिटीमा केन काउन्टीमा तपाईँले गाडी हाँक्दै थियो।
हजुर हो त।
Yes.
And while driving that vehicle on a roadway open to the public, was your ability to drive impaired because you had previously been drinking?
हजुर अनि त्यसरी गाडी यो के अरे पब्लिक बाटोमा घुमाउँदाखेरि तपाईँले गाडी घुमाउन नसक्ने अवस्थामा हुनुहुन्थ्यो कारण तपाईँ त्यो दिन रक्सी पिउँदै हुनुहुन्थ्यो, सही हो?
शरीरमा भन्नुभयो?
Did you say my body?
Well,
होइन मैले के अरे अल्कोहल लिएको थिएँ अनि खाएको त थिएँ अनि मैले चाहिँ अल्कोहलको एम्टी क्यानहरू हुन्छ नि हो त्यो सेल गर्नुको लागि म माएर जाँदै थिएँ अनि माएर जाँदाखेरि गाडी युटर्न लेफ्ट टर्न लिँदाखेरि गाडी लेफ्ट भएन अनि लेफ्ट नहुँदा अलिकति रिभर गर्ने हुँदाखेरि अनि पछाडि गएर पछाडिको गाडीमा गएर बुम भएको। तर उयो म चाहिँ एल्कोहल लिएको थिएँ अनि म चाहिँ एम्टी क्यान पनि बेच्नको मारतिर गइरहेको थिएँ स्टोरतिर।
Yeah, that day I was drinking alcohol and I had empty cans in my vehicle. I was heading to Myers to sell those empty cans. So when I took left turn, I was not able to, so I reversed. And when I reversed, I hit the rear, I rear-ended the other vehicle behind me. I hit the vehicle behind me.
And then you submitted to some breath tests with the police, correct?
त्यसपछि तपाईले यो साथको जाँच प्रहरीसँग साथको जाँच गरिएको थियो, सही हो?
हजुर हो।
Yes.
And if I told you that those tests resulted in blood alcohol content readings of 0.33 and 0.28, both of which are more than 3 times the legal limit, would you have any reason to believe those results are wrong?
हजुर अनि त्यो जुन जाँच गरेको थियो तपाईको ब्रेथ टेस्ट भन्ने जुन प्रहरीले गरेको जाँच थियो त्यसको रिपोर्टमा चाहिँ तपाईको 0.33 र 0.28 भनेर तपाईको खुनमा चाहिँ जाँचको लेभल त्यति थियो जुन चाहिँ कानुनी जुन लिमिट छ त्योभन्दा 3 गुणा बढी थियो भन्ने निस्केको थियो रिपोर्ट चाहिँ। मैले त्यो भनेर तपाईलाई के आपत्ति छ?
छैन।
No.
Okay, now we have to talk about the other case.
अब हामी अर्को केसको बारेमा कुराकानी गर्छौँ।
हुन्छ।
In that case, were you driving a vehicle back on January 4th of this year in the city of Kentwood?
त्यो केसमा चाहिँ जनवरीको 4 तारिक यो केनवुड सहरमा तपाईले गाडी हाँक्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो?
हजुर कहाँनिर भन्नुभयो?
Where was I driving, you said?
I said, were you driving in the city of Kentwood?
केनवुडको सहरमा तपाईले गाडी हाँक्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो त्यो दिन?
जनवरी 4th को दिन क्यान्टु सिटीमा भन्नुभयो?
Did you say January 4th, Kenwood City?
Kentwood City, yes.
Yes. Oh.
Yes.
And had you been drinking before you were driving?
त्यति बेला मलाई पुलिसले पक्रिँदाखेरि म खाँदै गरेको थिइनँ। मैले खाएको त अल्कोहल खाएको थिएँ त्यतिखेर। मैले खाना नखाएको 3-4 दिन भएको थियो। अनि मेरो के अरे म पहिले डायबिटिक पेसेन्ट हो। अनि मैले खाना खाएको थिइनँ। अनि मैले थोरै खाएको थिएँ। अनि खाएर चाहिँ खजेनको घरतिर जानु पर्यो भनेर चाहिँ अनि म हिँडेको थिएँ। अनि म चाहिँ जाँदै बाटोमा अब खाली पेट पनि थियो अनि धेरै लागेको पनि होला। अनिदेखि त्यो डायबिटिस पेसेन्ट पनि थियो। अनि मैले अलिकति उता घर मेरै दाजु पर्नेको घरको अलिक ओरैनिरै गाडी पार गरेर त्यहीँ ढलेछु। अनि त्यतिखेर हो।
So this is the interpreter. Mr. Spoker, Pawan said he was heading somewhere, but I couldn't catch that information. But he said, yes, that day I wasn't drinking while I was driving, but I did drink that day. But then it had been 3 to 4 days. I hadn't eaten anything, and I'm a diabetic patient. So I drank an empty stomach, and I believe he said like he was going to his brother's place. So he parked his vehicle a little bit farther away from the brother's place, and then he fainted or fell on the floor right there because he's diabetic and he hadn't eaten.
Okay, let me make sure I got that. He's diabetic and had a diabetic incident, but he had also been drinking and driving.
हजुर यहाँ त डायबिटिसमा अब ब्लडमा अब रगतमा बेसी खुनको चाप्रो बेसी भयो कि अब खुन के अरे उयो गुलिएको बेसी भयो कि अब गुलियो कम्ती भयो त्यो म जान्दिनँ होइन। त्यो पनि भयो डायबिटिसको कारणले नि भयो। अनि प्लस मैले खाना पनि खाएको थिइनँ हो। त्यो दुइटै जुधेर अनि म बिहोस भएर अनि यस्तो छातीमा उयो गरेर अनि मलाई एम्बुलेन्स कल गरेर एम्बुलेन्स हस्पिटल लानु भएको रहेछ। अनि हस्पिटल लगेर अनि भोलि मात्रै थाहा भएको मलाई। त्यो पनि अरूले घरमा एम्बुलेन्सबाट घरमा आए पछाडि अनि अरूले भन्दा पो पास्ट अवे भएको थिएछ अरे त भन्दाखेरि अनि मलाई अनि मात्रै थाहा भएको यस्तो छातीहरू यस्तो दुखेको भनेर। अनि चाहिँ बिलिभ गरेको अनि बिलिभै गरेको थिइनँ।
I don't know whether the sugar level went up or down at that time, but I hadn't eaten that day, or I hadn't eaten. So together with both of them, at the same time, I fainted, and this happened to my chest, and they called ambulance to me to the hospital, and I just realized the next day when they left me at home. They told me that I had passed away and that had happened to my chest.
Okay, so that sounds terrible. And it sounds like the combination of not eating and also drinking alcohol impaired your ability to drive because you passed out while driving, correct?
You say सबै कम्बाइन गरेर जोडेर तपाईँले खाना पनि नखानुभएको त्यसमाथि खाली पेटमा के अरे जाँड सेवन गरेको कारणले तपाईँले गाडी हाँक्ने अवस्था नभएको कारणले तपाईँ त्यहाँनिर पास आउट हुनुपर्दा तपाईँ बेहोस हुनुभयो सही हो?
हजुर हो त।
Yes.
And if I told you that the blood tests performed at the hospital came back with a 0.38 blood alcohol content, which is triple the legal limit, would you have any reason to believe that that test was wrong?
आएको थियो जुन चाहिँ यो कानुनी लिमिट भन्दा 3 सिङ्गुलर थियो यो रिपोर्ट तपाईँले गल्ती हो भनेर भन्नु कुनै कुनै कारणले तपाईँलाई गल्ती जस्तो लाग्छ कि यो रिपोर्ट?
होइन।
No.
All right, I think that in both of these cases, we have established sufficient facts for me to accept the guilty pleas. Do you agree, Mr. Oberholzer?
हजुर यो दुईटै कुराहरूमा चाहिँ तपाईँ सबै कुराहरू बुझिकन चाहिँ तपाईँले कति स्वीकारेको म पनि स्वीकार गर्छु र उहाँले तपाईँको मिस्टर ओभरहोल्डरलाई तपाईँ पनि सहमत हुनुहुन्छ यसमा भनेर सोध्नुभयो।
Yes, I agree, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Pudell, I am required to order you to undergo a substance abuse screening prior to sentencing you.
Currently, you substance abuse पदार्थहरू दुर्व्यसनको लागि स्क्रिनिङको लागि गर्न चाहन्छु तपाईलाई कुनै सेन्टेन्सिङ अथवा कुनै के रे तपाईँको लागि यो अपराधको कुनै त्यो बताउनु अगाडि।
That will be conducted by someone in my probation department. They will make contact with you in order to schedule the interview and then your sentencing.
हजुर मेरो यहाँनिर जुन यहाँनिर के रे निगरानी गर्ने विभाग छ त्यो विभागले तपाईलाई सम्पर्क गरेर त्यो जाँच गर्नेछ यिनीहरूको अन्तर्वार्ता लिनेछ त्यसपछि तपाईको सजाय पनि तोक्नेछु।
हजुर हुन्छ। अहिले जानुपर्ने स्क्रिनमा कि अलिक पछाडि?
Okay, that's fine. Do I need to go right now for the screening or later?
Well, I think that somebody is going to have to contact you there because I haven't released you from jail. Maybe your attorney has a motion for me.
हजुर तपाईले तपाईलाई मैले जेलखानाबाट रिहा गरिसकेको छैन र तपाईलाई उनीहरूले सम्पर्क गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ र सायद के रे तपाईको मुख्य शिक्षासँग मेरो लागि कुनै किसिमको कुनै मोसन छ होला सायद।
हजुर हुन्छ।
Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. At this time, I would respectfully ask the court to address bond with regard to Mr. Pudell, Your Honor.
Can you remind me, Mr. Oberholzer? Oh. Go ahead, Madam Interpreter. My apologies.
That's fine, sir. Thank you. हजुर अस्ति तपाईको मुख्य साथले चाहिँ एकदम आदरणीय तरिकाबाट विभिन्न मतको लागि धेरै गर्नको लागि मतको लागि मिलाइदिनु होला भनेर भन्नुभयो आग्रह गर्नुभयो।
He only has one bond, and that is on file ending in 81SD, correct?
हजुर उहाँको एउटा मात्रै बन्द छ र त्यो चाहिँ दुईटा मात्रै फाइल 81SD अन्त्यमा भएको त्यसमा त्यो फाइलमा त सही हो सोध्दैछ।
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct from what I am able to determine.
हजुर मैले बुझिकन चाहिँ त्यो सही हो भन्नुभयो।
I'll hear your argument.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, Mr. Pudell was remanded into custody on May 25th, 2021. So he has been in custody for 14 days now.
Mr. Bogdan चाहिँ यहाँनिर हाम्रो हिरासतमा चाहिँ लिएको 25/2021 सालमा लिएको थियो हिरासतमा त्यसबाट उहाँले 13 दिन हिरासतमा बिताइसक्नु भएको छ।
Your Honor, in talking with Mr. Pudell, I do believe the time he has served in the Kent County Correctional Facility has been a tremendous wake-up call for Mr. Pudell.
हजुरले कमेन्टमा मैले कुरा गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ यहाँ केस काउन्टीको करेक्सन विभागमा उहाँले जति समय बिताउनु भयो त्यसबाट चाहिँ उहाँको आँखा खुलेको छ उहाँले यस्तो गर्नुहुन्न भन्ने कुरो धेरै बुझ्नु भएको छ भन्ने बुझेँ।
I know that Mr. Pudell's family is certainly worried about him, and overall, I believe it's been an absolutely miserable experience for Mr. Pudell.
हजुर उहाँको परिवार पनि उहाँको लागि एकदम चिन्तित हुन्छ हुनुहुन्छ र यो जे जस्तो घटना घट्यो यो चाहिँ एकदम उहाँको लागि एकदम राम्रो घटना भएको छ भन्ने कुरो छरिएको छ।
I don't see Mr. Pudell as posing any sort of risk of flight to this court, Your Honor. Mr. Pudell, to my knowledge, has showed up for all of his court dates. He's been on time. He's been very patient while he's waited to meet with me during those court dates. And otherwise, he's always been available if I need to reach him by phone or otherwise.
हजुर उहाँलाई यहाँनिर जेलबाट रिहा गरेको खण्डमा यो कोर्टबाट उहाँ भागेर जानु होला लुक्न कतै भागेर जानु होला भन्ने मलाई लाग्दैन। उहाँलाई भनेको समयमा उहाँ सधैँ कोर्टमा अदालतमा उपस्थित हुनुभएको छ र समयमै हुनुभएको छ र उहाँलाई सम्पर्क गर्नु खोज्दाखेरि उहाँ फोनबाट होस् कि जसरी होस् उहाँ चाहिँ आफू उपलब्ध हुनुभएको छ।
I certainly believe that the court is more concerned with the safety to the community at this point with regard to these cases. Your Honor, I would ask the courts to consider at least reducing Mr. Pudell's bond at this point to one that would be affordable for him or his family to post. I do believe Mr. Pudell could afford something that was $1,000 or so. And then if the court needs to further address community safety concerns, I do believe the court can meet that concern with possibly keeping Mr. Pudell from not driving, as well as keeping away from alcohol, drugs, and if the court deems it necessary, possibly having him wear a scram tether, Your Honor. Or I do know that there's also another company that offers a breathalyzer that he would blow into periodically throughout the day. We would ask the court to take that into consideration and possibly consider lowering Mr. Pudell's bond at this time.
हजुर यो बारे चाहिँ जस्ता तपाईलाई चाहिँ यहाँनिर परिस्थितिको कारणले कम्युनिटीमा पब्लिकहरूलाई सुरक्षाको लागि हानि हुन्छ भन्ने तपाईलाई चिन्ता छ भन्ने कुरो बुझेको छु र कृपया यो के अरे यो कुरालाई चाहिँ एकदम कन्सिडर गरेर उहाँको जुन बन्डको रकम छ त्यो अलिकति घटाइदिनुहोस् उहाँले तिर्न सक्ने रकममा घटाइदिनुहोस् त्यस्तै उहाँले 1000 डलर जति तिर्न सक्नुहुन्छ र साथै यदि के गरी उहाँले गर्दाखेरि बाहिर पब्लिकलाई त्यस्तो कुनै स्टोर लाग्छ पब्लिक नराम्रो हुने सक्ने सम्भावना छ भन्ने तपाईँलाई लाग्छ भने तपाईँले चाहिँ उहाँलाई गाडी हाँक्न नदिने जागृति खान नपाउने लापरवाही सेवन गर्न नपाउने भन्ने कुराको सुझावहरूद्वारा त्यस्तो कुनै लागू गर्न सक्छ र यो खुट्टामा हेरेर बाँके त्यो जुन मनिटर हुन्छ त्यो लगाउन सक्नुहुन्छ अथवा अर्को कुनै तेस्रो पार्टीबाट भेटेलाइजर भन्ने हुन्छ जुनमा चाहिँ हरेक दिनमा समयसम्ममा उहाँले साफ खुदान आफैले गर्नुपर्ने हुने खालको त्यस्तो त्यो दिँदा पनि हुन्छ तर उहाँको लागि चाहिँ बन्डको रकम चाहिँ केही कम गरिदिनु भन्ने मेरो आग्रह छ।
Mr. Pudell, I guarantee that as miserable as your experience has been, it could not be more miserable than the way you would feel if you woke up from one of these incidents knowing someone was dead as a result of your drinking and driving.
त्यो दुःखलाग्दो दर्शक कुराहरू भएको थियो तपाईँलाई गाँठा भएको थियो त्यो हुने तर भोलि गएर तपाईँले गाडी हाँकेर त्यो गाडी हाँक्दाखेरि बेहोस हुनुको अवस्थामा कति होस् आउँदाखेरि एक मान्छे मानेर गाडी हाँकेको कारणले अरू व्यक्तिको मैले ज्यान दिन्छु अरूलाई मानिस बाटोमा भन्ने हो भने तपाईँको कस्तो अनुभव हुन्छ त?
I will reduce your bond to $15,000, 10%, which means you or your family will have to put up $1,500 to get you out of jail.
तपाईँको बन्डको रकम चाहिँ म घटाएर 15,000 मा गर्न गएको छु र त्यसको 10% गर्न गएको छु भन्नुको मतलब तपाईँलाई जेल खानाबाट निस्किनको लागि तपाईँ र तपाईँको परिवारले 15,000 को 10% भन्दाखेरि 1500 दिएपछि तपाईँ जेल खानाबाट बाहिर निस्केर बस्नुहुन्छ।
If you are released from jail, you will report here to our probation department to set up your substance abuse screening.
हजुरले के गर्नु तपाईले आज तपाईले बन्द हालेर तपाईको यहाँबाट जेल खानाबाट निस्किनु भएको खण्डमा तपाईले यहाँनिर सबसेन्स अब्युज स्क्रिनिङ भन्ने जाँचको लागि तपाईँ आफैले आएर त्यहाँनिर रिपोर्ट गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ।
And you should do that on the first business day after you're released from jail.
त्यो चाहिँ जुन दिन तपाईँ जेलबाट छुट्नुहुन्छ त्यसको एक बिजनेस दिनभित्र तपाईले त्यहाँनिर रिपोर्ट गरिसक्नुपर्ने हुन्छ।
Assuming you don't fail to appear or violate the conditions of your bond, the amount that you've posted will later be applied to your fines and costs.
यदि के गरेर तपाईले भनेको ठाउँमा तपाई हाजिर हुन सक्नु भएन र बन्डको लागि निर्दिष्ट मैले शर्तहरू राखेको छु त्यसमा तपाईले त्यो कुरा उल्लङ्घन गर्नु कुरा गर्नुभयो भने पछि गएर त्यो पुरा जुन जरिवाना छ त्यो लागू हुनेछ।
If you don't post bond, someone from probation will contact you out at the jail to do the screening.
हजुरले के गर्नु तपाईले बन्डको रकम जेलबाट निस्किनको लागि बन्डको रकम बुझाउन सक्नु भएन भने यो निगरानी विभागबाट तपाईको जुन सबसेन्स अब्युजको स्क्रिनिङ छ त्यसको लागि तपाईले सम्पर्क गर्नेछ।
I previously set a number of conditions to your pretrial release, and those remain in place.
हजुरले अगाडि नै तपाईको यो ट्रायल भन्दा अगाडि यो बन्डको लागि के कन्डिसनहरू दिएको थिए त्यो चाहिँ त्यही रहनेछ बदल भएको छैन।
Those include, among not drinking,
त्यसमध्ये चाहिँ एउटा चाहिँ जाँच नपिउने भन्ने छ।
reporting to this probation department for regular drug testing,
अनि हाम्रो जुन निगरानीको विभाग छ प्रोभिजन विभाग छ त्यो विभागमा चाहिँ बेला बेलामा ड्रग जाँचको लागि रिपोर्ट गर्ने।
and you will only be released from custody with a scram tether.
हजुरले कस्टडी गर्दा यहाँ जेलखानाबाट तपाईलाई तब रिया गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ खुट्टामा भेट्ने त्यो कन्सेप्ट लगाइन्छ।
They will set that up for you out there at the jail.
यो सबै कुरा यहाँ जेलमा तपाईलाई मिलाइदिने छ उनीहरूले।
हजुर
एक्सक्युज मी
मैले होइन तपाईँले बोलेकै सुनिनँ इन्टरप्रेटर हजुर अड्क्यो साउन्ड भोइसै।
Your voice from interpreter I couldn't understand at the end.
You can repeat it for him.
Thank you. हजुर यो तपाईको यहाँनिर जुन मेसिन के कम्प्युटर लगाउनुपर्छ भन्नुभएको छ खुट्टामा त्यो चाहिँ जेलमा तपाईलाई मिलाइदिने छ उनीहरूले दिने छ भन्नुहुन्छ।
हुन्छ।
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me, Mr. Puda?
Obviously, मलाई के कुरा सोध्नु छ?
हजुर छ।
Yes.
यदि कोही मान्छे मलाई 1500 रुपियाँ यहाँ जेलमा 10% यहाँ पैसा पे गरेर अहिले लानु घर लान्छु भनेर आयो भने अहिले लानु पाउँछ?
So if someone comes here and agrees to post the bond amount of $1,500, do I get to go home right now?
Well, you get to go home once the jail has finished processing you and fitting you with the tether.
हजुर तपाईँ घर जाने चाहिँ जब जेलले चाहिँ तपाईँको प्रक्रियाहरू सघाउँछ तपाईँको जुन मनिटर गर्ने जुन ज्ञानको सबै प्रक्रिया छ तब मात्र जानु पाउनुहुनेछ।
हजुर।
Okay.
अनि घर जाने चाहिँ कहिले हो?
So when do I get to go home?
Well, let's start with, first, your bond has to be posted, and then the jail will take it from there.
हजुर सुरुवातमा चाहिँ पहिलो सुरुमा बन्द रकम तिर्नु पर्यो पोस्ट गर्नु पर्यो त्यसपछि जेलखानामा चाहिँ तपाईँलाई घर जान दिनको लागि प्रक्रिया धेरै पर्छ अगाडि
हजुर
Okay.
Anything further, Mr. Oberholzer?
No, Your Honor, nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Deputy, we are all set with Mr. Prudell. Thank you very much for your patience with the court this afternoon, and thank you, Madam Interpreter, for your services. You may go.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you for using our service. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Namaste. Bye.
Bye.
Mr. Oberholzer, do you have any other files?
Yes, Your Honor, I have 2 additional files, Mr. Tang and then Mr. Mario.
I don't have that one. I have Tang, who needs a Burmese interpreter.
Correct, Your Honor, that is correct. Mr. Rio, Your Honor, he was scheduled for an order to show cause this afternoon.
Oh.
2:15.
And did not appear.
Correct, Your Honor.
At least that's what you're about to tell me on the record.
Well, he's here today, Your Honor. He's here right now.
Oh, he's here today.
Yes, he is, yes.
Oh.
And I did reach out to Brian Green to send over a PTC sheet on this file. I'm not sure if he did that, though.
Tell me again the last name.
My Rio, Your Honor, that's MABYARIRO.
I don't see that. And I have not been given his file, so I will ask my clerk to look for that. And we'll proceed with Mr. Tang.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we're looking for this. Don't tell me it was right there. All right. Well, we found it. The court is calling the case of the City of Kentwood versus CN Lam Tang, case number 21-50202 OD. Mr. Oberholzer appears on behalf of Mr. Tang, who is present in the courtroom and I understand requires a Burmese interpreter. I do not see, oh, this matter is scheduled for sentencing. Okay, so let's go ahead and call the language line. We have a substance abuse assessment, correct, Mr. Oberholzer?
We do, Your Honor, that is correct.
Okay.
Welcome to Language Line Solutions. Please enter your 6-digit client ID. For Spanish, press 1. For other, press 2. Please speak the name of the desired language.
Burmese.
I understood Burmese. If this is correct, say yes or press 1. If this is incorrect, say no or press. Please enter access code followed by the pound sign. Please hold for an interpreter.
Thank you for calling Language Line Solutions. This is Ken, ID 206076. I mean, you're gonna meet the number today. Is your customer with you or do you need me to call them for you?
I have Mr. Tang here with me. This is Judge Sterkenburg at the 62B District Court. Mr. Tang needs to be sentenced on a criminal misdemeanor. Are you able to assist?
Yes, I can. This is the number, Your Honor. Can I verify the dialect with him before we start? Is that okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Is he on the line right now, Your Honor?
Yes, he can hear you.
Thank you. ဒီကကျွန်တော်ဗမာစကားပြန်ပါအခုကဗမာစကားပြောလားတိုင်းလားစကားပြောလား
တိုင်းသားစကားတော့ဒါနဲ့တိုင်းသားတော့နည်းနည်းဖြစ်နေပြီးတော့ဗမာလူလို့
တိုင်းလားပါစကားလေ
ချင်းတင်းတင်း
ဒီတဲ့ချင်း this is the number, Your Honor.
Yes.
The specific dialect he speaks is Chin. So he speaks a little bit Burmese. Can I get the Chin interpreter for you?
Sure, I
Your
didn't.
Honor?
Sure, that's fine. If you are able to assist, that would be great if you could help us out getting a chin interpreter.
Sure. Can you hold on a moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hakka chin? Is it Hakka chin?
I believe that's.
Hello, somebody else trying to see me?
Hi, Hakka chin?
Thank you, please over Chin interpreter.
Thank you, Nancy. I had forgotten.
Hold for the next available interpreter.
Thank you, yep. Hello? Hi, this is Judge Sterkenburg at the 62B District Court. I'm not sure we have a great connection. Are you able to hear me? All right, I have Mr. Tang here who needs an interpreter to assist in being sentenced on a criminal matter. I first thought he spoke Burmese, but then an interpreter inquired of the specific dialect, and I think we discovered that he needed Hakka Chin. So before we go any further, can you introduce yourself to him and make sure that he can understand you well?
Yes, ma'am. Kapunan people, Nagotan people, Kamanuyana.
Oh. Nó cái gì người ra thì nó cái gì mà nó thì
Bapak kita ni ya, no?
okay.
Okay. Minum kau siapa?
Mati.
Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am. We can communicate. Go ahead, please.
Excellent. This is the City of Kentwood versus Cian Lam Tang, case number 21-50202OD.
Okay. Any vote up. Any kanyate no, any apune patati no, any majority number OD apune patati no kanyati go la in kete no, the vote of no yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Tang is scheduled to be sentenced this afternoon after entering a guilty plea to operating while visibly impaired.
Okay, no, lane tami abuka no, kanyamo no, any monopara, any abu juno no, no, you la in kete, the vote of no.
Okay.
He is represented by his attorney, Mr. Kurt Oberholzer.
Okay, now the first to show it how to have a bono over culture story bono to that window paper.
who I believe has reviewed a substance abuse assessment provided to us by New Life Counseling. Is that correct?
Okay, no, any the actually got bono new life counseling story they are the any salary and that thing I think you got that to keep it no on and not there.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
All right, I reviewed the substance abuse assessment also, and so I will hear Mr. Oberholzer's comments as they relate to sentencing.
Okay, but any shit yet, any, job that no, and I will let them on not how about it.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, Mr. Tang is here to take responsibility. I would just note there was no accident in this case.
Okay, no, any, any, no, any, slide, no, any, Sule, and winter body,
Your Honor, Mr. Tang also already completed the victim impact panel, which he indicated was a very good educational experience for him.
Okay, they are think anything that is like say they not that video for not the child regular key like let's do it they not the reception. Then go back on it they not say we got
Mr. Tang has resided in Michigan for the past 11 years, and he's lived with his family that entire time, Your Honor. He also has 4 children, ranging from ages 10 to 3, and all of his children are doing great right now.
Okay, yeah, think that if you take a lot the Kaliri bono, and the something that is the Kaliri she there, so Kaliri there,
Mr. Tang currently is not working, Your Honor. However, that's due to the fact that he is taking care of his mother who has health concerns at this time. And he's also, while he's not working, is taking care of the kids and looking after them as his wife does work full time for, and she supports the family financially right now.
Okay, but yeah, think that local move, so let that you got here way, and the essential over, they were counted to go.
Lastly, Your Honor, I don't believe Mr. Tang has ever been before a court as a criminal defendant other than this offense, Your Honor. I would just ask that the court take all of that into consideration in determining an appropriate sentence for Mr. Tang. Thank you.
Okay, well, Mr. Tang, the Conway Pushi, you know what, the theater house in Pushi Babu. So, any example, any 2 year, any form of not in China, to come to look at the Arno land, if you don't take a charity value to
Mr. Tang, do you have anything that you would like me to consider before I impose sentence?
Okay, thank you. Who Charlie, you know, the job that she did, she got that. No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Tang, sentencing has many goals.
Okay, and is in China, any no
The most important for me today is that we make sure that you have and maintain a normalized relationship with alcohol. That is a rehabilitative goal. And so to meet that goal, I will place you on probation with this court for a period of 9 months.
โอเคအဲ့ဒါကြောင့်မလို့သူများကဒီပေးဖို့อ่ะဒီတရားရုံးကသူများကိုလာပေါ့နော် probation အဲ့ဒီခရအဲ့ဒီအဲ့ဒါနဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့ညဆက်ပြီးတော့လုံးဝပြောဥစားတွေပေါ့နော်ကိုလာစီစဉ်လုပ်ပေးမယ်ညကောင်းကျိုးပို့ရတော့ဖြစ်တယ်နော်
During that time, you may not violate the laws of any city, state, or federal government, and you may not leave this state without the court's permission.
အရေးကြီးတော့ဒီနယ်ကိုမထွက်ရအောင်တော့တရားရုံးကမထွက်ခိုင်းသူတွေဒီအပြင်ဒီနယ်ကိုလုံးဝမထွက်နဲ့နော်တရားရုံးမသိပဲအကြောင်းကြားဖို့လိုပဲပြီးတော့ရုံးဖြစ်တဲ့ဒီနယ်ရဲ့တခြားပြုံးပြပါမနော်အဲ့ဒီနဲ့မဝပြတ်တာမရှိတော့ဘူးနော်အဲ့အပြင်မှာရေမတောက်ပဲနော်ရေမတောက်တော့မယ်နော်
You must make truthful reports to your probation officer as often as they require and tell them if you have any change of address or employment.
Okay. ခင်ဗျားကိုကြည့်သူဆောင်ချက်ပဲပေါ့နော်ကြည့်ချက်ပဲသူရှိတယ်အဲ့ဒါ probation နဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့ officer ရှိတယ်သူတို့ကလောက်ပါသူတို့က report လုပ်ပါသူတို့ကသူတို့ဖတ်ပြောင်းတယ်ကြားနေတယ်အဲ့ဒါကိုလိုက်တာပြီးတော့ခင်ဗျားတို့တကယ်လို့ကြောင်းတယ်ဆိုရင်လက်ချပြောပါအလုပ်ကြောင်းတယ်ဆိုရင်ဘယ်မှာပြောင်းလဲဆိုတော့ပြောပါအလုပ်နဲ့လက်ချပြောင်းရင်သူတို့ကိုကြောင်းကြဖို့လို့နော်
Okay.
You are not to possess or consume any alcohol, and you will submit to drug testing as directed and pay the fee.
Okay. ခင်ဗျားအရင်ကတော့မတော်တော့နော်အကြောင်းလည်းသူတို့ခင်ဗျားတော့မတော်သူတို့ကအဲ့ဒီအတိအကျတော့နော်အဲ့ဒီပြီးနေအခုလည်းသူတို့ကအထောက်အပံ့ပါတယ်နော်
Oh, okay.
I'm also going to have you complete an alcohol highway safety class.
Okay, ပြီးတော့ခင်ဗျားဒီနောက်ဆက်ဖို့လိုတယ် alcohol အရင်နဲ့ပြီးတော့ highway ပေါ့နော်အားလုံးကလည်းပတ်သက်ပြီးဒီနောက်ဆက်ဖို့လိုတယ်
You can do that at the same place that you got your substance abuse assessment done.
အရင်တော့ခင်ဗျားအဲ့ဒီအရင်နဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့ဒီနောက်ဆက်တဲ့နေရာမှာသွားတက်လို့ရတယ်ခုကအားလုံးကလည်းပတ်သက်တဲ့တခြားဥစ္စာတွေဒီနောက်ဆက်တယ်နော်အဲ့ဒီနေရာမှာဆက်သွားပြီးတော့ဒီနောက်လုပ်ရတယ်နော်
Oh, okay.
And you will pay fines and costs that total $1,005.
แต่ถ้าไม่ว่าร้านโดนละไอ้ร้านคนเสียยุ่งละเนี่ยปีก่อนเนาะคงคิดเลยเนาะ
You can stop at the counter and make a payment or payment plan.
ตามตัวที่เราแต่ถ้าว่าโดนละปีละเป็นคุณจะกินเป็นโรคใหญ่แต่วันนี้ร้านได้เราปีไปเลยเราแปลงที่เราถูกยกจากเนาะ
Oh, okay.
And my clerk will give you a card to take down to the probation department so that you can get set up with them. If they are gone, because it's after 5, someone will contact you in the next couple of days.
ဒီနေ့တို့အဲ့ဒီ9နိုင်စစ်တီတို့ရုံးပိတ်ရင်ခင်ဗျားတို့ဆက်ပြီးလုံးပြီးတော့ခင်ဗျားတွေ့ပြီးဖို့လိုပဲဒီနေ့မပိတ်တဲ့ချမ်းနဲ့ပြီးတော့ပြောနေတာ
Oh, okay.
Do you have any questions for me?
ဒီဘုန်းကြီးရှိတော့လား
You did it.
No. No, Your Honor. Thank you for this.
Yes, you're all set. Good luck.
This is my.
All right, Mr. Interpreter, you may go. Thank you for your
Thank you.
services. Well, actually, Mr. Interpreter, before you go, are you able to put me back to the switchboard so I can ask for an interpreter in a different language? I think we already lost him. I just realized because we need a Kenya Rwanda interpreter, don't we?
I don't believe so, Mr. Magyar, would you like an interpreter, or do you want to proceed without one? You want an interpreter? Yeah, we'll be requiring an interpreter, Your Honor. Thank you.
Oh,
Welcome to Language Learning Solutions. Please click the current ID. For Spanish, press 1. For other, press 2. Please speak the name of the desired language.
Kinyurundi.
I understood. Kirundi. If this is correct, say yes or press 1. If this is incorrect, say no or press 2. Please speak the name of the desired language.
Kinyarwanda.
I understood Hebrew. If this is correct, say yes or press 1. If this is incorrect, please speak the name of the desired language.
Hebrew.
I understood Hebrew. If this is correct, say yes or press 1. If this is incorrect,
Thank you for calling Everyday Solutions. This is Fernanda. We're trying to see anything.
Kinyarwanda.
Thank you very much. Have we found your access code?
5315.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sophia. Can you find your picture? Have a great day.
Thank you. I thought it was worth a shot. If I said Hebrew, maybe they would give me Kinyarwanda.
please hold for an interpreter.
Hello, my name is Agustin. How can I help you?
Are you my Kinyarwanda interpreter?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, are you my Kinyarwanda interpreter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this is Judge Sterkenburg at the 62B District Court. I have a defendant here who needs to enter a plea on a criminal matter. Are you able to assist?
Yes, no problem.
All right, before we begin, I need to swear you in. And so do you swear or affirm that you will impartially interpret the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communication, so help you God?
Yes, I do know.
All right. I'm going to have this gentleman say his name to you, and then you can introduce yourself. Mr. Mab, could you say your name, please?
Okay, yes, you can go ahead.
All right, the defendant was here today for a pretrial conference, and the court has been instructed that if he enters a plea to allowing an unlicensed person to drive, the original charge will be dismissed.
Yes, and do you mind if you repeat one more time if you have words? Yes, do you mind if you repeat for me that one more time? Thank you.
Yes, the court has been instructed that the state will reduce the existing charge to a lesser offense if the defendant pleads guilty.
Ni ukuvuga ngo urukiko rwavuze yuko rugiye kugabanya igihano cyawe kuri ibi birego bihari n'uzamuka w'icyaha cyawe. Okay.
They will let you plead to allowing an unlicensed person to drive, which carries with it lesser fines and driving penalties.
Baravuga ko kwemera umuntu ufite perezida gutwara imodoka biza kugabanya ibihano byawe, umuntu ufite perezida gutwara imodoka yawe. Okay.
Is that what you would like to do today? Enter a plea to that lesser offense?
Nicyo gashaka cyangwa gukora uyu munsi kugira ngo bizagabanya ibihano byawe. Yes, Shana.
If you enter a plea today and the court accepts it, there will not be a trial of any kind. Do you understand?
Okay.
Is it your voluntary choice to waive your right to a trial in order to take advantage of this bargain? Did anyone threaten you or make you any promises in order to get you to plead guilty? As to the offense of allowing an unlicensed person to drive, how do you plead?
Yes, I do. Different question, ma'am.
To the offense of allowing an unlicensed person to drive, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Okay. I plead guilty.
Were you driving a car in the city of Kentwood back on April 2nd of this year? And at that time, was your driver's license suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes, at that time, my driving license was suspended, but the time I was supposed to get it, I used to call and they couldn't talk, they didn't give me a clear reply.
Well, the Secretary of State has been having plenty of issues this year. I will accept your guilty plea. I'm assessing fines and costs only in this matter. They total $525, and you can stop at the counter on your way out to make a payment or a payment plan.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me?
Wenda bafite nk'ubundi uko bamfasha nkabona ukuntu ko yanyamba nane ayijyanye nane ayibona ngatangira gutwara imodoka nk'abandi ariko none ubu ngubu nkunze ukuntu nzongera gutwara imodoka banza kumpereza ayijyanye.
The question I have is that I don't know how I'm going to be driving without my driving license. If possible, I could get it back.
I would love it if you could get your driver's license back. But this court isn't holding up your license. Give me just one moment to confirm that you don't have any outstanding tickets with this court. But I don't think you do.
Okay.
Your Honor, he does not have any outstanding tickets with this court. It's difficult making heads or tails of these driving records nowadays, but
Yeah, I know.
it appears that he needs to undergo a re-examination with the Secretary of State.
Okay.
That he's already done it a couple times, and they keep extending the suspension.
Okay, we have verified that you don't have any suspensions out of this court. But it sounds like you've had some problems in your driving history that the Secretary of State is now requiring you to retest for. I would do anything in my power to assist you in becoming a legal driver once more. But this is something you're going to have to take up with the Secretary of State.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, good luck. All right, stop at the counter to make a payment. Thank you. All right, Mr. Interpreter, we're all set. Thank you for your service.
You're welcome. Thank you for your service. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
All right, the court is calling the case of the City of Kentwood versus Carlton Germel Barner, case number 21-502410T. You are Mr. Barner? All right, Mr. Barner, the City of Kentwood alleges that back on April 17th of this year in the City of Kentwood, County of Kent, you operated a vehicle while your driver's license was suspended, revoked, or denied. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $500, plus court costs and collateral consequences like Secretary of State penalties. Do you understand the charge and the maximum penalties? All right. I see that you have signed an advice of rights form here. Do you understand your rights? As to the offense of driving with your license suspended, revoked, or denied, how do you plead? All right, the court will enter a not guilty plea for you. We will schedule you with an appointment to come back and meet with the city attorney. Is your address 423 Barker Avenue Northwest, Apartment 2? What is your address? Maybe you could speak up a little bit. 1873
Plum Hollow Lane.
Plum Hollow?
Yeah.
Is there an apartment number?
No.
What city is that in?
Uh,
I have never heard of that street name before. Do you know the zip?
49576.
Plum Hollow Lane. All right. What we'll do is we'll get you a date and time and instructions on how to come back and meet with the city attorney. I'll have you step over to the side. My clerk is going to generate that notice for you. You posted bond out of 63rd. Looks like you were picked up. The only condition I'm going to impose upon you, too, Mr. Barner, no driving without a valid license and show up on time to your next appointment. You're all set. Thank you for your patience and your courtesy this afternoon. The court is calling the case of the State of Michigan versus Kevin Calhoun, case number 21-30187 SM. Mr. Calhoun, the State of Michigan alleges that on or around April 25th of this year in the city of Kentwood, County of Kent, you committed the offense of retail fraud second degree. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 1 year in custody and a fine of up to $2,000. Do you understand the charge and the maximum penalties?
Yes, sir.
All right, for whatever reason, it does not appear that I have, oh, yes, I do. Oh, wait, I just didn't see it at first. I have a signed advice of rights form here. Did you sign this form?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
As to the offense of retail fraud, second degree, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
The court will enter a not guilty plea for you. We will schedule you an appointment to come back and meet with the state prosecutor. Is your address 1941 Bradford Northeast, apartment B, as in boy?
Yes, sir.
All right, the last thing the court has to address is the matter of your pretrial release. You were summoned here. Showed up on the first date, which is appreciated, and I also appreciate your patience this afternoon. Do you have any other criminal matters that are active or pending right now?
No.
Who do you live with? All right, I was elected in November of 2020. You were convicted in this court in January of 2020 by my predecessor, Judge Kelly. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Did you do a term of probation with us? You didn't complete it. Was it revoked then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The good news for you is I don't have personal knowledge of what got your probation revoked like Judge Kelly would. So you and I are starting from scratch. I'm going to set your bond at $500 personal recognizance, which means you don't have to put up any money. I'm going to set you up for a date for a pretrial conference. You're going to abide by the following conditions. You are not to leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission. You are to show up on time for all court appearances. You are not to commit any crimes while out on bond. You are to keep us notified of your address. That is, if it changes, you have to let us know. And you are not to be on the premises of any sit-go location. Further, you are not to consume or possess any alcohol or marijuana or drugs unless prescribed by a physician. You are not to misuse prescription drugs or be in the presence of anyone using illegal drugs. I am going to have you report to probation here and submit to testing as directed, as well as obtain any counseling or substance abuse assessment as they may require. I'm assuming that by this point, there's nobody in my probation department, and so somebody will reach out to you in the coming days. Is your phone number 202-9795? What is your phone number?
616-389-4454.
All right, you can also stop the counter if you would like and give one of my clerks your email address. That way we can put you in our system and you can get email reminders of your next court appearance. Step over the side, my clerk will generate a notice for you. For me, you're all set. Thank you for your patience and your courtesy this afternoon. Miss Knights.
Oh, excuse me, we don't have any persons.
Oh, they're all gone. Okay, all right. Miss Knights. Sorry that you have to be the last one. I hope you can see I've been working as fast as I can. The court is calling the case of the State of Michigan versus Destiny Lamisha Knights, case number 21-30177 SM. And Ms. Knights is accompanied by an intern from the Kent County Office of the Defender. I'll ask you to place your name on the record, and then I assume you have a motion for me.
I do, Your Honor. My name is Rachel Keenan, and I would like to make a motion pursuant to 8.130. I am a law student in good standing, and I abide that I'm taking both on behalf of the county.
Just warms my heart, Mr. Oberholzer. Your motion is granted, ma'am. Is there any objection to this representation, ma'am?
No.
All right. This matter was scheduled for a pretrial conference this afternoon, and the court has been provided information that in exchange for Ms. Knight's voluntary plea to the offense of malicious destruction of property valued at between $200 and $1,000, the state will offer no objection to sentencing under the Holmes Youthful Trainee Act, often abbreviated as HIDA. It is a deferral. It means if you successfully complete a term of probation with this court, this conviction will become a non-public record. Therefore, it will not be for you a barrier to housing or to employment or to anything in your future, as long as you are successful on probation. Is that the offer that you discussed with your client?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Ms. Knights, how do you want to proceed today?
Thank you.
All right. You would like to enter a plea. If you tender a plea today and the court accepts it, there will not be a trial of any kind. Do you understand? All right. And is it your voluntary choice then to waive your right to a trial in order to take advantage of the potential for sentencing under the Holmes Youthful Trainee Act? Did anyone threaten you or make you any promises above and beyond the plea bargain in order to get you to plead guilty? As to the offense of malicious destruction of property valued at between $200 and $1,000, how do you plead? All right, I have to ask you some questions too. Am I funny?
No, I was just thinking about, I didn't think
It's been a long day. I have to ask you some questions to establish what's called a factual basis. Means I can only accept your guilty plea if I think the facts support it. And so I will take you back to May 11. On that date, were you located at 502 Jennifer Street Southeast in the city of Kentwood? And at that time, did you damage some property that did not belong to you and that in fact belonged to Mr. Kenneth Robles? And in damaging that property, it looks like it was perhaps a car windshield. Is the value of the damage somewhere between $200 and $1,000? All right, I do believe that that is sufficient factual basis, and I will accept your guilty plea. However, before I sentence you, I want to know more about this situation, including the specifics of the damage in order to determine whether or not restitution is appropriate. And so I am going to refer this matter to a pre-sentence investigation. You may. Well, I mean, that's excellent. And what it says to me is that Ms. Knights is attempting to make right the situation, which is one of the purposes of sentencing, right? To make the victim whole. Unfortunately, you saying I've made the victim whole is not the same as the victim saying I've been made whole.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Speak up a little bit louder.
The state actually put it out in the data on things like this. So that's
Yeah.
what kind of thing we see. We didn't want it to go in first.
Right, I recognize that. You didn't want to be here, right? I hear you. Nobody really wants to be here. And it is a common misconception that people can choose to or not press charges. Once the state gets a hold of it, they make a determination as to whether or not they're going to charge it. Not me, not you, not the ex-boyfriend. They don't make the decision The Office of the Prosecutor does. And I am referring this matter to a pre-sentence investigation today. If in fact it turns out that Mr. Robles doesn't want any money, I'll take that into consideration, as well as your transparency today with me in saying, hey, I've already tried to do right in this situation, which is fair and commendable. So we will refer this to a PSI. Everyone is gone but us, apparently. So someone from our probation department will have to reach out to you. I didn't set a premises prohibition against this address on Jennifer, which must mean that Mr. Robles doesn't live there. Is that correct? Okay. Well, all right. All right. What's a good phone number for you, Ms. Knights? 7903?
Yes.
All right, someone from our probation department will reach out to you and we will schedule this for sentencing on a later date. That's what I have for you today, Ms. Knights. Anything further on this matter?
No, thank you.
All right, all of the conditions of your bond are continued. You may go. Thank you for your patience and your courtesy this afternoon. Mhm.